Chapter 680. The surrounding lackeys were stunned. A 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker? Aren't the innerverse and outerverse separated? Why are there still such freaks participating? The youth roared, how would I know? These freaks could have gone to the innerverse, but why are they still in the outerverse? My true insight is gone. The surrounding lackeys grimaced. There's no hope left. Shut up. Within Source Peak Planet Space Station, countless people were waiting and staring at the people who had arrived. Some of them were from the corporations, some were from the various great powers, and some had even been hired by certain people. They were all here to observe the competitors, as true insight was too valuable. Once someone felt that someone was a threat to them, they would use some methods, which was very normal. Outsiders were not allowed to act against lockbreakers, as otherwise, they would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. However, no one cared about the Lockbreaker Society's internal competition, especially since President Jeffrey was not present. It seems like this year's Lockbreaker competition isn't worth watching. No perceptive intermediate lockbreaker has appeared. Forget about perceptive intermediate lockbreakers, there aren't even 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look up, it's Straight Metallic Man." Everyone looked up. It really is Straight Metallic Man. This is going to be interesting. The big shots are always the last to appear, and Straight Metallic Man is a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. If it weren't for the fact that he only unlocks source boxes from metals, he might have already reached the perceptive intermediate level. This person is going to be his opponent. It's rumored that Straight Metallic Man's aura can even turn the air into metal. I wonder if that's true. He was born on Ketun planet, which is rich in metallic life forms. It's not impossible that he's not a pure human anymore. Not long after, there was another exclamation as a beautiful woman attracted everyone's attention. No way. He's actually here. Wasn't she from the innerverse? Bro, do you know that woman? The surrounding people were puzzled, and some of them were even recording something. You might not recognize her since she's always been in the innerverse, but you've definitely heard of her name. She's Serpent Queen. Serpent Queen. The surrounding people were stunned, and countless people looked at the beautiful woman in the distance. Serpent Queen was a very famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. She had once unlocked an ancient multicolored snake, and it had shaken the universe. That snake was an extremely rare creature's strength. Once it matured, it would possess the strength of a hunter, and if it was nurtured properly, it could even become an enlighter. That snake was. The moment the ancient multicolored snake appeared, that woman was called the Serpent Queen. Calm. T. After some time, a spacecraft docked at Source Peak Planet Space Station. Within the spacecraft, a young man waved enthusiastically at the captain. Thank you, everyone. You're all really good people. Not only were you willing to send me to Source Peak Weave, but you even sent me directly to Source Peak Planet. I'll repay this kindness in my next life. Isn't that Brother Wei? Someone exclaimed. His face was pale and the tuft of black hair on his nose twitched. It was a comical and disgusting sight. Someone else was confused. What Brother Wei? You don't even know Brother Wei? He's a very famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. His real name is Ku Wei, and he likes to be called Brother Wei. He has a nasty personality, so just take a detour if you run into him. If you get tangled up with him, you'll either lose your money or lose your life. He's that scary? He doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Go and interact with him. I guarantee that you'll never forget him, the man with the tuft of black hair on his nose urged. Ku Wei suddenly turned around, and the faces of those who had been discussing him changed as they hurriedly retreated. Ku Wei smiled and raised his hand. Nose hair man, come here. A large portion of the crowd retreated, revealing the man with the tuft of black hair on his nose. The man pointed at himself and looked at Ku Wei in horror. You're calling me? Ku Wei smiled brilliantly. Yes, nose hair man. Come here. The man was on the verge of tears, and he fearfully walked over to Ku Wei and tried to curry favor. What orders do you have for me? Ku Wei hooked his arm around the man's neck and passionately said, I didn't expect you to know Brother Wei. Since that's the case, we're acquaintances. Come, take Brother Wei to find a place to stay and help Brother Wei with his entertainment. You're so handsome, so you definitely won't refuse, right? What if I refuse? The nose-hair man carefully probed. Ku Wei smiled even more happily and his back teeth were exposed. Refuse? You won't. He then raised his fist and clenched it, causing the space around him to distort. The nose-hair man's pupils shrank as this was Source Peak planet and space was extremely sturdy, but it had been so easily distorted. His small body would not be able to withstand a single punch from Ku Wei. Furthermore, Ku Wei's eyes were actually looking at his lower body. The nose-hair man didn't even think about it before replying righteously, "Even if Brother Wei didn't ask, I would have arranged it for you. Being able to interact with Brother Wei at such a close distance is a blessing that I've accumulated in my previous life, and I'll definitely cherish it. Ah, good brother, let's go. I'll treat you to a tour of Source Peak planet." "Oh right, I don't have any money, ha." The nose-hair man really started crying. One lockbreaker after another appeared. Aside from the most famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers, there were also a few 3-star and 2-star lockbreakers. There were even a few 1-star discerning elementary lockbreakers participating in the competition. Deng Pu coldly looked at the space station's screen. None of the newcomers were a threat to him, and even the Serpent Queen could not attract his attention. The ancient multicolored snake would grow up to be very powerful, but it was useless against lock-breaking and could not compare to Shi-Chi's despicable fish. But where was Shi-Chi? Why hadn't she appeared yet? At this moment his gadget beeped and he glanced at it. His expression changed and it became very ugly. Shi-Chi had already arrived, but she had been taken away by Fiend Li's people. Fiend Li was an honorary vice president, and his status in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was the same as Saul's. "So what if I let you participate? You only managed to reach the perceptive intermediate level with the help of that despicable fish, while I relied on my own abilities," Deng Pu coldly muttered to himself before turning to leave. There were 3 connected continents on Source Peak planet, and each continent was overseen by 3 examiners. Even though the lockbreaker competition was about to begin, there were still countless people who wanted to take the test to become a lockbreaker. Next. A middle-aged man coldly looked at the long line in front of him. There were so many people that he could not see the end of it. A youth walked out from the crowd and nervously held onto his number plate. He gulped and bowed to the middle-aged man. "This student greets the mentor." The middle-aged man raised a hand. "Has your star energy reached the level of infinite transformations?" The youth nodded and raised his hand. The star energy in his palm transformed into wind, water, and fire. "The test begins. This is a starburst orb in front of you. You have 10 seconds to calm the berserk star energy within it, and you will pass the test," the middle-aged man said. The youth's gaze was resolute, and he raised his hand to remove the metal membrane covering the starburst orb. Star energy poured out from his palm, and his eyes widened as he stared at the berserk star energy within the orb. 1 second, 2 seconds. 8 seconds passed, but the berserk star energy did not react at all. The youth's face went pale, and 10 seconds later, the berserk star energy still had not been calmed. The middle-aged man waved his hand. "You fail. Next." The youth's face was drained of blood, and he suddenly knelt on the ground and begged the middle-aged man. "Mentor, please let this student try again. Just once is enough, please." The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disgust. "You do not have the qualifications to become a lockbreaker. Leave immediately or you will be expelled." The youth collapsed to the ground and begged unwillingly, but it was useless. He could only crawl up and leave. Dozens more people tried to take the test, but not a single one passed. Lockbreakers were the most respected profession in the universe, and countless people tried to take the test every year, but only a few passed. How many people were there in the universe? It was impossible to calculate the population of an entire weave, let alone the universe. There were only 630,000 lockbreakers in the universe, so the probability of passing was extremely low. The middle-aged man was already used to this. Although there were many people taking the test in front of him, it would usually take several months for no one to pass, so he did not have much hope. "Display your star energy," the middle-aged man ordered. In front of him was a beautiful girl with a pair of lively eyes. Her blinking eyes were very lovable. "Yes, mentor." The girl raised her hand and star energy whizzed out from her palm and transformed into a hurricane. It then quickly returned to normal and transformed into a curtain of rain. There were very few cultivators in the Outerverse who could control star energy so skillfully at such a young age, especially since the curtain of rain was a light green color. This meant that she could change the color of the star energy. She was at the realm of shapeshifting, and she was only one step away from comprehending a domain. The middle-aged man was astonished, and he looked at the girl in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Let's begin the test. This is the Starburst Orb, and you can pass if you wipe out the Berserk star energy in 10 seconds. Work hard, the girl answered in a crisp voice. She then removed the metal membrane and covered the Starburst Orb with her hand. The Berserk star energy trembled for a moment before gradually calming down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it became very quiet. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone had succeeded. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. 5 seconds was an excellent result, and he had not expected that an excellent lockbreaker would appear today. Young lady, what's your name? The girl smiled happily. Wei Xin. The middle-aged man nodded and gently said, Next we'll verify your identity. Are you all right with this? Wei Xin stood there cutely with her hands clasped behind her back, allowing a ray of light to sweep over her. Her identity was immediately displayed on the middle-aged man's gadget. The middle-aged man took a look and looked up in surprise. You're from the Wei family. Wei Xin greets mentor. The middle-aged man raised a hand to stop her and smiled. I'm not a mentor. I'm just an examiner. The real mentor is Lady Phelan. I'll take you to see her and she'll make the necessary arrangements for you. Wei Xin smiled sweetly. Thank you. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd. Everyone wait here. He then left with Wei Xin. Chapter 681. Many people in the crowd were constantly sending messages to the outside world, as any lockbreaker was a talent that the various powers wanted to rope in. The Outerverse was huge and there were countless powers. Even if 630,000 lockbreakers were evenly distributed among the various powers, it might not be enough. Furthermore, there were probably less than 20,000 lockbreakers in the Outerverse, so everyone wanted the help of a lockbreaker. The girl's appearance quickly spread to the various weaves and powers of the Outerverse. Different people have different lives. She's pretty, comes from a good family, and even has a talent for lock breaking. She's not like us. We finally managed to cultivate from the Innerverse and raise our star energy to the realm of infinite change. But before we could even return, the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated. Now we don't even have the confidence to become a lock breaker. What bad luck, a man sighed. Behind him, an ordinary-looking man with a full beard asked, How do you know that she comes from a good family? The man replied, She's wearing branded clothes. There are 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and to be able to make a name for herself in the entire Outerverse shows how famous she is. Only the super rich can afford such clothes, and even the richest person in a galaxy might not be able to afford them. What do you think about her family background? And that examiner's expression changed after her identity was verified. It's obvious that this girl's identity surprised him. To be able to surprise a lockbreaker, her family background must be even more impressive than we imagined. Bro, you're quite observant, the bearded man exclaimed. The man was pleased. Of course. If I didn't have such observational skills, I would have died in the Innerverse long ago. 7th bro, that girl is so cute. I like her, the monkey said. Why would a monkey like you like a human? The man was stunned and turned around. Bro, what monkey are you talking about? What monkey? I didn't say anything. The bearded man shook his head. The man was puzzled, but he scratched his head and did not ask any more questions. The bearded man was naturally Lu Yin. According to Tong Mir, he had disguised himself to enter Source Peak Planet, but the entire planet was probably under Saul's surveillance. In order to not expose his identity and cause trouble, he had pretended to be a student who had come to take the exam. After all, he would be able to see Phelan as long as he passed the exam. The surroundings were very noisy and everyone was discussing the girl. Not long after, the middle-aged man returned and continued the exam. One after another failed. The middle-aged man's expression was as calm as ever. He had long since gotten used to it, or rather he was numb to it. Finally, it was the man's turn. His control of star energy had reached the realm of infinite change, but unfortunately, it took him 13 seconds to calm the berserk star energy. He begged again and again, but the middle-aged man didn't give him a chance. 10 seconds is the minimum passing threshold. Many lockbreakers who can reach 10 seconds are only considered one-star lockbreakers in name, and they can't actually become one-star lockbreakers. Only those who can reach 7 seconds have a chance of becoming a one-star lockbreaker. The extra 3 seconds is actually the hope that the Lockbreaker Society has given to many people. You haven't even reached 10 seconds, so even if you become a lockbreaker, you'll never succeed. You might even lose your life for nothing. The middle-aged man shouted. The crowd fell silent. It wasn't easy to become a lockbreaker. As long as one became a lockbreaker, they would be treated with special privileges in the entire universe, and they would be able to enjoy a noble status as well as the flattery of countless powers. This was equivalent to becoming a person who stood above the rest and would have no worries for the rest of their lives. Such a status was naturally not easy to obtain. The man left with a bitter expression. When it was Lu Yin's turn, he stepped forward and raised his hand. Star energy transformed into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The crowd cried out in surprise. What a skilled control. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Not bad. Try smoothing out the violent star energy. Lu Yin nodded. He had told Miller that as long as his results were within 3 seconds, he would not need to verify his identity and would be able to meet Phelan directly. Lu Yin's appearance was a disguise, so it was naturally impossible to verify his identity. Thus, 3 seconds was fine. Back at Astral 10's space station, he had spent 4 seconds on his first attempt, and 3 seconds on his second attempt. 3 seconds was nothing to him, and he could instantly smoothen out the star energy. However, if he did so, it would not only alarm Phelan, but also the entire Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin removed the metal membrane and pressed one hand against the top of the temple. 1, 2, 3. Done. The crowd fell silent and everyone stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Done done. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes. 3 seconds. He had actually completed it in just 3 seconds. He stared at Lu Yin in ecstasy. Genius, he really was a genius. The crowd outside was in an uproar, and everyone stared at Lu Yin as they continuously took pictures and sent videos. There were even people who shouted something as if they were announcing the names of their organizations. Lu Yin smiled. Was 3 seconds very fast? The middle-aged man hurriedly walked over to Lu Yin and sized him up. Little brother, have you ever come into contact with lock-breaking before? Lu Yin thought for a moment and then shook his head. No. Then how did you neutralize the berserk star energy in 3 seconds? The middle-aged man asked, but he seemed to feel that the question was a little abrupt. He apologized. I'm sorry, but this question might have something to do with your battle technique. It's fine if you don't want to answer. Lu Yin shrugged. It's nothing. I just had a feeling that I could neutralize it and then I did it. The middle-aged man sighed in admiration. Genius, you really are a genius. Even the elite geniuses from lockbreaker families in the Innerverse would have to train for years or even decades to neutralize the berserk star energy in 3 seconds. You actually did it on your own. What a genius. Come, let's go see Madame Phelan. Lu Yin nodded and followed beside the middle-aged man. The crowd was constantly sending out information about a genius who had passed the assessment in 3 seconds. This kind of lockbreaker would definitely be able to advance to the next level. This was someone with real potential. Many organizations received the news immediately and began to inquire about Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed as Lu Yin's appearance was completely fake. In the back hall, Wei Exina looked around curiously as she waited for Madame Phelan. At that moment, the middle-aged man brought Lu Yin over. Wei Exina was shocked. Someone had actually passed the assessment? How rare. Sometimes it was normal for no one to pass the assessment for an entire year. After all, this was the Outerverse. The middle-aged man's attitude towards Lu Yin was very enthusiastic. I'll go inform Madame Phelan. Little brother, please wait here for a while. He then nodded at Wei Exina and left. Wei Exina looked at Lu Yin curiously. Hey, you passed. Lu Yin nodded. His beard seemed rather coarse and he subconsciously stroked it. Yeah, I passed. How many seconds? Wei Exina asked. Lu Yin raised 3 fingers and smiled. 3 seconds. Wei Exina was shocked and her eyes widened. 3 seconds? Are you serious? You passed in 3 seconds? Of course. I remember that you passed in 5 seconds, Lu Yin said. Wei Exer nodded and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. I couldn't tell that someone with that appearance could do something as delicate as lock-breaking. Lu Yin pursed his lips. What appearance? Was his appearance that bad? Seventh bro, I like this girl. The monkey was excited. Have you ever been in contact with lock-breaking before? Don't lie, I can tell if you're lying. Wei Exer stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin smiled at her. I don't want to answer. Wei Exer choked. Just as she was about to say something, a voice rang out. 2 of you passed the test. Not bad. The voice was gentle and comforting. Lu Yin and Wei Exer turned around and saw a beautiful woman slowly walking over. She looked to be in her 30s and was dressed plainly. Her gaze was gentle and she smiled at the two. The two hurriedly greeted her. Greetings, Mentor Phelan. She was one of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's 3 core mentors, Phelan. Lu Yin had thought that she was a scheming old woman, but she was actually a gentle elder sister. If Phelan hadn't approached him, he wouldn't have believed that she coveted the president's position and wanted to work with him to deal with Saul. Phelan's gaze paused on Lu Yin for a moment before she looked at Wei Exer. You must be the little princess of Armament Weave's Wei family. Wei Exer smiled sweetly. Greetings, Mentor Phelan. Phelan nodded. You've already passed the assessment and you've come here to choose your mentors. The path of lock-breaking is broad and profound, and it will be difficult to walk it without a mentor's guidance. Come with me. Let me see how talented you are in lock-breaking so that I can choose a mentor for you. Wei Exer grunted and glanced at Lu Yin provocatively. She followed Phelan into a special lock-breaking room, which required a lot of resources to construct. Spiritual threads had been added to the walls to prevent the danger of source boxes from leaking out. There were less than 10 people on Source Peak Planet who had access to such rooms. Lu Yin sat down casually and after about half an hour the two walked out. Wei Exer had a dejected expression as she unhappily sat down across from Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Phelan curiously. Phelan smiled bitterly. The mentor she wants isn't in the Outerverse. It's a pity. She then looked at Lu Yin. Come with me. Lu Yin followed behind Phelan. Wei Exer swung her legs in annoyance. The room was very large and there was a giant source box in the center. Lu Yin looked at it and raised his brows. There were a lot of rune lines on it, and although it couldn't compare to the source box that had been used to delay the mummy, it wasn't too far off. It was definitely a 4-star or even a perceptive intermediate source box. The source box's surroundings were empty and there was nothing around it. It seemed so, but Lu Yin could see that the rune lines from the source box covered an area of 100 meters. There was a danger of the source box there. Do you want to try? Phelan's voice rang out and she followed Lu Yin's gaze to the source box. Lu Yin laughed. I don't want to die yet. Phelan's eyes lit up. Others might die but you won't. Even enlighters can't do anything to you, so a mere source box won't be able to hurt you. Lu Yin looked at Phelan and returned to his normal appearance. You wanted to see me, so I'm here. Phelan looked at Lu Yin and sighed. I've long heard that Frostwave Weave's Lu Yin is an unparalleled Lemeter and that you've even killed multiple enlighters. Now that I've met you, you live up to your reputation. Live up to my reputation? Do you think that I can deal with an enlighter? You should know that my power vessel was destroyed in Ironblood Weave, Lu Yin said calmly. Phelan smiled. I'm a lockbreaker and lockbreakers see things differently from ordinary people. I can see fatal danger in you. Lu Yin looked at her seriously. Are you really Phelan? Of course. Phelan smiled. Lu Yin shook his head. You don't look like one. What does Mr. Lu think Phelan should look like? Phelan asked curiously. Lu Yin replied, how can someone who dares to scheme against a boundless advanced lockbreaker be so gentle? Have fun on National Day and I'll be updating at 3 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Zhou Tanyua, thank you for your support. Chapter 682. Phelan laughed when she heard Lu Yin's words. She did not have Madame Naelin's seductive charm. Instead she had the warmth of a big sister next door. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Lu. It's been hard on you to enter Source Peak Planet in disguise. What do you want to do? Tell me. Phelan earnestly asked. Does Mr. Lu know anything about the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society? Lu Yin shook his head. Actually, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's power structure is very simple. President Jeffrey has the greatest authority, and he can veto all of the other Lockbreakers' suggestions. Second only to the president is Vice President Saul, but this difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. Any of Saul's suggestions have to be approved by the three of us, as well as the honorary vice president. Even if the president isn't present, Saul still can't monopolize power. It's because of this rule that I want to work with Mr. Lu to overthrow Saul, Phelan said solemnly. How exactly? Lu Yin asked. Phelan replied, Saul is determined to obtain true insight, and he's using all sorts of methods to prevent lockbreakers who threaten Deng Pu from participating in the competition. We already have substantial evidence, and as long as someone important steps forward to question Saul after the competition ends and before Deng Pu obtains true insight, I'll be able to produce the evidence. At that time, Saul's dirty deeds will be exposed to the public, and even Source Peak Planet will not tolerate him. Lu Yin nodded. It seems like you've made sufficient preparations. If nothing unexpected happens, it should succeed, but... He stared into Phelan's gentle eyes. What will I gain from this? If I step forward to accuse Saul, it'll be the same as exposing the Lockbreaker Society's vice president's dirty deeds. I'll offend the entire Lockbreaker Society, and all Lockbreakers in the Outerverse will be humiliated. Phelan smiled. Mr. Lu, you're overthinking things. When the time comes, I'll step forward to clarify this matter, and Mr. Lu definitely won't bear any consequences. Lu Yin smiled. Won't bear any consequences? Saul is a boundless advanced lockbreaker, and if he escapes, then I'll have another terrifying enemy. Mentor Phelan, if a boundless advanced lockbreaker wants to take revenge on you, will you be able to sleep at night? Phelan's expression changed. A lock-breaking tool and a power vessel. That'll be your reward. Are you saying that a boundless advanced lockbreaker is only worth a lock-breaking tool and a power vessel? Lu Yin's tone sank. Phelan said, Mr. Lu, don't forget that Saul was the one behind your assassination attempt. Even if you don't join forces with me, Saul won't let you go. Saul tried to assassinate me because I might be a threat to Deng Pu. If I'm no longer a threat to Deng Pu, then he won't do anything to me. Diren was silent. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry as the deal had to be negotiated slowly. He didn't know what kind of price Phelan would be willing to pay for an enemy of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. There's something I'm curious about. Even if Saul is defeated by you, how are you going to stabilize your position as president? The honorary president, Fiend Li, doesn't have the right to run for president. This was set by President Jeffrey back then. Master Yifeng isn't interested in the position of president, as he prefers to wander around and research source boxes. As for Mr. Jun, she looked at Lu Yin. He was one of the people who tried to assassinate you, so he can't stay. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Mr. Jun was one of the people who tried to assassinate me? Phelan nodded and raised her gadget. An image of Mr. Jun lock-breaking appeared on the screen. At first he was very tired and his speed was very slow. However, things changed when he took out his lock-breaking tool and his speed increased. That lock-breaking tool was the same tool that the assassin who had fought against Lu Yin had possessed. There were no identical source boxes and lock-breaking tools were similar as well. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was actually him, Mr. Jun. This person had appeared on the Savage Ape planet, and Lu Yin had envied his lock-breaking ability. He had never thought that he would be assassinated by this person. Once Saul is defeated, no one will be able to stop me from becoming president, Phelan said. Lu Yin smiled. If that's the case, then you should increase the stakes even more. I'll be the one to offend others and you'll be the one to reap the benefits. The stakes aren't equal. Phelan said, Mr. Lu, you've been trying to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, right? I can promise that once I become president, I'll have the entire Lockbreaker Society publicly support the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, I'll also transfer a group of lower-level Lockbreakers to the Great Eastern Alliance. How about that? I want true insight. Lu Yin did not plan on beating around the bush. Phelan frowned. No, true insight must remain on Source Peak Planet. Lu Yin stared at Phelan. I'll say it again, I want true insight. This isn't the first time we've worked together, and there will be many more opportunities for us to work together in the future. Your status is very high, But it's only limited to being a lockbreaker and you don't have any authority. I, on the other hand, have authority and I'll expand the Great Eastern Alliance in the future. We can work together. Mr. Liu, true insight is only useful to boundless advanced lockbreakers. It's useless for you to have it and many people will even covet it. Why bother? Phelan asked helplessly. Lu Yin smiled. It's not like I'll take it openly. Phelan was stunned. What do you mean? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Deng Pu became the champion of the lockbreaker competition, so true insight should belong to him. But if you succeed, then Sol and Deng Pu will both be finished. True insight should return to the Lockbreaker Society, and as the president, won't it be easy for you to secretly hand it to me? That's impossible. You want me to bear the greed of those who covet true insight for you? Impossible. Phelan exclaimed. Lu Yin shrugged. I'll bear the wrath of a boundless advanced lockbreaker for you, and you'll bear the greed of true insight for me. It's very fair. We'll leave Sol on Source Peak Planet so that he won't be a threat to you, Phelan said solemnly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. All right. If Sol isn't a threat to me, then I'll only take 1 page of true insight. But if he escapes Source Peak Planet, then I'll take 3 pages. That's fair, right? Phelan thought about it. But I'll agree. Phelan was very confident that she could keep Sol here, which made Lu Yin feel apprehensive. Sol was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, which was equivalent to an enlighter. How difficult would it be to keep an enlighter here? Phelan's confidence meant that someone was helping her, and it was definitely an enlighter. This woman had other helpers. If everything was as Phelan had said, then Lu Yin wouldn't have minded helping her. But since he was sure that she had other helpers, then things were different. He didn't want to be someone else's gunman, especially someone unknown. Over the next 10 minutes, Phelan explained the rules of the lockbreaker competition to Lu Yin. She didn't go into too much detail as the rules could change every year. Usually only the president and vice president knew the rules. If President Jeffrey wasn't around, then Sol could change the rules for this year's competition. This was also one of his methods to ensure Deng Pu's victory. Deng Pu had to win. This wasn't just what Sol wanted, but also what Phelan wanted. Only with Deng Pu's victory would the evidence he had revealed be more effective, and Sol would be hated even more. It could be said that Deng Pu was the winner of this year's lockbreaker competition. Many people wanted the competition to be fair, but there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. Everything would only develop in the direction of certain people's interests. After leaving the lockbreaker room, Wei Exena looked at Lu Yin curiously. Hey, who did you find to be your mentor? Lu Yin smiled at Wei Exena and then left after bidding farewell to Phelan. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Wei Exena shouted. Phelan stopped Wei Exena. Have you decided on a mentor? The inner verse and outer verse are separated, and the person you're looking for isn't here. Wei Exena looked conflicted. I don't know. Phelan was amused. If that's the case, then I'll be your mentor. Wei Exena was shocked and blinked. You, my mentor? Are you serious? For someone like her who had passed the assessment, it was impossible to find a 4 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker like Phelan to be their mentor unless they were extremely talented. The mentor she had been looking for was only a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Phelan smiled and nodded. I like you very much. How about I be your mentor? That's great. Thank you, Mentor Phelan. Wei Exer cheered, completely forgetting about Lu Yin. Tong Mi-er and Aiden were waiting for Lu Yin outside. When Lu Yin came out, Tong Mi-er didn't ask anything. My mentor told me to take you to a place to stay. Lu Yin looked around and pointed at a hill in the distance. Let's go there. You can only see further if you're high up. Tong Mi-er nodded. Alright, please follow me. When the sky darkened and the artificial star gradually extinguished, Source Peak Planet became much quieter. The long line of people waiting for the assessment quietly sat in place, waiting for the next day to continue. Lu Yin sat on the roof and looked at Phelan's residence. He was very curious about the person who had cooperated with Phelan to deal with Sol. If Phelan was so confident in dealing with Sol, then it had to be at least an enlighter. There were too few enlighters in the Outerverse at the moment, and any one of them could be a threat to Lu Yin. He had chosen this location to make it easier to monitor, but he wasn't sure if those people would contact Phelan, so he was just trying his luck. However, Lu Yin found that his luck was very good. After sitting on the roof for a few hours, he saw a streak of rune lines sneak into Phelan's residence under the cover of darkness, and Phelan met up with that person. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he stared closely. 10 minutes later, the rune lines quietly left Phelan's residence and headed in a different direction. Lu Yin immediately followed and stopped the person far away from Phelan's residence. "Brother, what's the matter?" The person stopped by Lu Yin was a middle-aged man with a hoarse voice, and he stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin looked at him. "Who are you? Who do you represent?" The middle-aged man sneered. "Brother, I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yin walked closer. "What did you say to Phelan? Who's the mastermind behind this?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly and he suddenly attacked. His 5 fingers curled and viciously pressed down on Lu Yin. It wasn't a palm or a fist, but star energy condensed into a strange shape that struck towards Lu Yin's head at an extremely fast speed. This person was a cruiser. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he raised a hand to grab the middle-aged man's hand. He could feel the pressure on his palm, but fortunately this person wasn't that strong and his attack was instantly shattered. Chapter 683. The middle-aged man was shocked when Lu Yin grabbed his right hand. The bones in his fingers were breaking and his face paled as he glared at Lu Yin. "I'm warning you, let me go. Don't look for trouble. There are some things that you shouldn't know." Lu Yin frowned and increased his strength. The middle-aged man groaned as his hand was twisted out of shape. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. "I'm from Armament Weave's Wei family. Our young mistress is participating in the exam today, and the young master asked me to contact instructor Phelan to find a good instructor for her." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Lu Yin's tone was cold as he grabbed the man's arm. There was a crack as the man groaned as his arm was broken. "Keep talking. Let's see what else you have to say." The middle-aged man panted as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. "I'm really from the Wei family. You should know how powerful the Wei family is in Armament Weave. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the young master." Lu Yin stared into the man's eyes. "Phelan wants to destroy Saul, and your Wei family is one of the powers working with her. Then who else is involved? I really want to know." The middle-aged man stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, and then he suddenly reacted. "You're Lu Yin." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "So it's you guys." The man's eyes flickered and his expression changed. Lu Yin sneered. "Speak. I'm on the same side as you guys and we both want to destroy Saul. There's nothing wrong with telling me." The man lowered his head and fell silent. Lu Yin exerted more strength but the man did not respond. Lu Yin's expression changed and he lifted the man's head, only to find that he was already dead. "He committed suicide, 7th bro. It seems like this matter isn't that simple," the monkey said gravely. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This person had dared to resist without knowing who he was, and he had even wanted to take Lu Yin to meet the young master. However, after guessing Lu Yin's identity, the man had decisively committed suicide. He knew that Lu Yin was involved in this matter and had even helped them, but he had still committed suicide. This could only mean one thing. This matter was not as simple as Phelan had made it out to be. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to commit suicide. For him to commit suicide so decisively meant that this matter was serious. In the Wei family, Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before sending the image of the middle-aged man to the bespectacled mist-child from Mafioso Planet and the six-fingered tribe's leader, Bok Seamus. He remembered that Armament Weave was located to the west of Lars Weave, and they were Lars Weave's archenemy. Bok Seamus might know something. The bespectacled mist-child quickly sent news back. She did not know much about this person, nor did she know much about the Wei family. Due to the great distance between them, Armament Weave was considered to be in the middle of the two weaves. Meanwhile, Bok Seamus sent a message to him. Lu Yin accepted the call, and Bok Seamus appeared on the screen with a grave expression. "Your Highness, why did you kill someone from the Wei family?" "You know this person?" Lu Yin asked. Bok Seamus nodded. "This person is an attendant of the Wei clan's young master, Wei Rong. He is very loyal to Wei Rong. It really was the Wei family and this person had not lied." Lu Yin said, "Tell me about Armament Weave and the Wei family." Bok Seamus was very curious about what Lu Yin was doing but he did not ask. Armament Weave is located to the west of Lars Weave and has been our archenemy for generations. They produce a type of beast called the Astral Warhorse that can gallop through outer space and easily crush spacecraft. The Wei family is the ruling family of Armament Weave, and they are also the family that controls the Astral Warhorse. The Wei family has never interacted with the Eastern Weaves, but they have good relations with the Central Weaves. They are adept at forming alliances, especially this generation's young master, Wei Rong. He traveled throughout half of the Outerverse at a young age and has recruited many people for the Wei family. Originally, our six-fingered tribe and the Wei family were evenly matched, but because of this person we have been at a disadvantage for the past few years. Lu Yin was shocked. It seemed that this person was someone like Wang Wen, and such people were the most troublesome. This Wei Rong was currently on Source Peak Planet, and it seemed that this person had played a significant role in dealing with Saul. Your Highness, are you planning to pull Armament Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance? Bok Shamus probed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If that's the case, what do you think? Bok Shamus shook his head and laughed. That's impossible. Armament Weave is hostile to the Eastern Weaves, and the Wei family has never paid any attention to the Eastern Weaves. Wei Rong has traveled throughout half of the Outerverse, but he has never been to the Eastern Weaves. If you want them to join, you'll have to destroy the Wei family. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll have to trouble Patriarch Bok. Your Highness is being too polite. You seem to be on Source Peak Planet right now, Bok Shamus said as he recalled something. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. I'm participating in the Lockbreaker competition. Bok Shamus frowned. The Wei family is very adept at scheming behind the scenes. Since they're here, Your Highness should be careful. There might be some changes to this year's Lockbreaker competition. After all, the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated and many things have changed. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then turned off his screen. When Bok Shamus saw that someone from the Wei family was present, he was certain that something had changed on Source Peak Planet. It seemed that this Wei family was not simple and they had probably beaten him into a pulp. Wei Rong was an intelligent person and he was not very good at dealing with such people. Scheming against others was not his area of expertise, so he contacted Wang Wen. Chess piece bro, I didn't think that you would contact me at this time. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Wang Wen's annoying smile appeared on the screen. Lu Yin was speechless. I told you not to call me chess piece bro. Wang Wen raised his head. Everyone in the universe is a chess piece in my eyes, and some people can't even reach the level of a chess piece. You should be honored. He then leaned closer and smiled. I heard that you've been very popular recently and even the Hall of Honor is protecting you. Chess piece bro, you have some tricks up your sleeve. Not bad, you didn't waste all that time you spent with me. You've finally gained some intelligence. Seventh bro, this guy is still so annoying. The monkey was furious. Lu Yin pouted. Alright, I have something important to ask you. Wang Wen clicked his tongue and leaned back in his chair. Go ahead. This guy was showing off his superiority at every turn. Lu Yin organized his thoughts and then explained the situation on Source Peak Planet. Wang Wen was very interested and he finally asked, What do you think I should do now? Wang Wen laughed. That's great. Source Peak Planet is about to undergo a huge change. I've been unhappy with those lockbreakers for a long time. They actually dared to disobey orders and not support Ironblood Weave. They even went into hiding. What a bunch of arrogant bastards. This time I'll make sure that they're unable to recover from this setback. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. I'm a lockbreaker too. Wang Wen waved a hand. Don't mind me. You're just an amateur. I'm a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Lu Yin replied. Wang Wen blinked. Why are you standing so high up when you're just an amateur? It's no wonder that Saul sent someone to assassinate you. If an amateur can become a 5-star lockbreaker, then no one will be able to survive if they get serious. In my opinion, you brought this upon yourself. Alright, what should I do? Tell me, Lu Yin said impatiently. Wang Wen thought about it. It's simple. Don't do anything. Don't do anything? Lu Yin was puzzled. Wang Wen nodded. That's right. Don't do anything. You should know that everything in the world has its own rules. Many things will have the same result regardless of whether you do or not, and it won't affect you much. Also, according to what you said, Phelan and the Wei family aren't simple people, and they definitely can't rely on you to deal with Saul. In such a situation, you can gloriously be a coward and wait for the situation to develop. If I don't do anything, then Phelan won't give me true insight, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. Brother, with these people's actions, the Lockbreaker Society will be half destroyed. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to obtain true insight? Don't forget that you've killed an enlighter before. They're also afraid that you'll side with Saul, so they definitely won't dare to offend you. You're already in an invincible position, so all you have to do is watch the show unfold. Lu Yin thought about it and realized that Wang Wen was right. He had only thought about how he could contribute and then reap the benefits, but he hadn't considered that as long as he didn't do anything, both sides would give him benefits. No one would dare to offend him, and he wouldn't need to offend Saul either. Are you so sure that they have a backup plan? Lu Yin asked, as he suspected that Wang Wen was just here to watch the show unfold. Wang Wen's lips curled up. Is the person from the Wei family Wei Rong? You know him? Lu Yin was surprised. Wang Wen sneered. I've met him once, so listen to me. Don't do anything. Wei Rong's methods are watertight, and if he really wanted you to take action, he would have personally met with you. He didn't meet you, and the fact that the Wei family members committed suicide after guessing your identity only proves one thing. You're not important to the Wei family. Phelan met you personally and even promised you true insight, which also proves that you're very important to her. Putting these two things together, it becomes clear that Phelan is not important to the Wei family. Do you understand? Do you understand? Are you saying that the Wei family has their own plans? Lu Yin raised his brows. Wang Wen nodded. You're smart. That Wei Rong is the best at selling people out and counting the money for them. Just watch the show quietly. The show on Source Peak Planet will definitely be very exciting, and you can contact me at any time. I'm really looking forward to what Wei Rong is going to do. Lu Yin turned off his screen. Wang Wen's analysis had allowed him to gradually understand the general situation, but he still had no idea what the Wei family was planning or who they were working with. However, since he had already seen the situation clearly, he had made his decision. There were still 2 days before the competition, and Lu Yin stopped monitoring Phelan's residence. Instead, he wandered around Source Peak Planet on his own. This planet was very famous, and everyone in the Innerverse knew about it. After all, it was the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Most of the planet was covered in greenery, and the cities were very beautiful. It wasn't filled with source boxes as Lu Yin had imagined. However, there was one industry that surprised him: treasure gambling. Most source boxes were discovered by chance, but that was only if they landed in an area with a source box. Some source boxes were buried deep underground, and it was impossible to discover them by chance. Lockbreakers naturally had their own ways of analyzing the traces and phenomena to determine whether or not a source box was present, but the accuracy rate was very low. It was precisely because of this situation that the treasure gambling industry was born. This so-called treasure gambling industry completely isolated the areas where source boxes could be found. If one had the money, they could purchase the entire area. As for whether or not a source box could be found, that would depend on one's luck and ability. Rather than calling it an industry, it was more like a form of entertainment. After all, source boxes were too rare, and there were very few areas where source boxes could be found. It was impossible to form a complete industry, and it could only be considered a leisure game for lockbreakers or rich people. Lu Yin had never discovered a source box in a certain area before, and he was very curious. Have fun on National Day and don't get stuck in traffic. Thank you. Zhou Tanya, thank you for all your support. Thank you. I'll give you more updates. Chapter 684. The sky was densely packed with people, and Lu Yin took to the skies to join them. He watched as a young man charged into the mountain range. This mountain range was where the treasure gambling took place. There were more than 10 locations within the mountain range where source boxes could be found. There were mountains, lakes, giant beasts, and many other strange places. The young man could choose one after spending a certain amount of money, and the more he paid, the more he could choose. Of course, it wasn't cheap, and it was almost as expensive as a source box. However, this was just a game, and the main purpose was to let people experience the fun of the game. Source boxes were secondary. Many lockbreakers who had never unlocked a source box before would use this game to increase their knowledge of source boxes, but it wasn't very useful. Every treasure gambling location had to have a source box, or else it would be a scam. The young man flew into the mountain range and landed on a tall mountain that had clearly been moved here. He looked left and right and even crouched down to listen to something which made many people laugh. Lu Yin was amused as he couldn't even see the rune lines of a source box. These source boxes had yet to be discovered and they were just like ordinary items. After a while, the young man pointed at a huge, strange-looking stone. This one. The boss smiled and had someone carry the stone out to the young man. Brother, open it and see if there's a source box. Yeah, open it. The stone's surface was covered with dense veins that looked like a picture, and the star energy fluctuations around it were quite strong. These were all signs that indicated a source box. The young man glanced at a pretty girl in the crowd and gritted his teeth. He moved a little further away and flicked his finger, causing a strong gust of wind to shatter the stone. However, under everyone's expectant gazes, there was nothing left. Everyone laughed. The young man was ashamed as he had failed. The boss smiled. This stone was struck by lightning, but dozens of lightning bolts didn't shatter it. I guessed that there might be a source box inside, so I brought it back. Young man, you have good eyes, but unfortunately your luck isn't that great. The young man glared at the boss and then left. The boss laughed and looked at the others. Anyone else wants to try? I'll do it. A young man with a happy smile stepped forward and pulled along a man with an ugly expression. The man had a tuft of black hair on his nose which was quite unique. The boss stretched out his hand. Pay up first, then we'll gamble. The young man smiled at the nose-haired man who replied numbly, I don't have money. The young man blinked. What did you say? Brother Wei didn't hear you. Say it again. The nose-hair man repeated, no more money. With a bang, the ground cracked and the young man's smile became even more radiant. Say that again. I have no money, no money, no money, kill me. My savings have all been used up by you, you bastard. Just kill me, you shameless scum, you immoral thing. The nose-hair man suddenly exploded and cursed like a madman. His face was ferocious and the surrounding people looked at him strangely. The young man rolled his eyes. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why are you scolding me? You have no class. The nose-hair man was panting heavily as he glared at the young man's back. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. The boss was stunned for a moment. Do you still want to gamble? I already said I don't have money, the nose-hair man shouted and left. After this episode, no one gambled for more than half an hour. Lu Yin was bored and wanted to leave, but at that moment, a man with a metallic glow walked out and tossed a cosmic ring to the boss before flying into the mountain range. It's straight metallic man. I didn't expect him to make a move. Someone exclaimed. Lu Yin looked up. Straight metallic man? What a strange name. Straight metallic man is a 5-star discerning elementary lock breaker. If he makes a move, he'll definitely be able to find a source box. That's right. Unless this place doesn't have any source boxes. Don't worry, they definitely do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to open one. The boss's expression turned ugly when he saw straight metallic man enter. A 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker was considered a very high level in the Outerverse, but he had actually come to a small place like his. How disgusting. The only source box they had was likely to be taken away, which was a huge loss. Everyone stared at the mountain range. The boss was apprehensive. However, the scene of straight metallic man searching for a source box did not appear. He directly charged into the lake, picked up a large piece of metal and left without looking back. Everyone stared blankly at him as he left and then they looked at the boss. Boss, is the source box in that piece of metal? Everyone looked on nervously. The boss gulped. I don't know, but the source box isn't there. The crowd was in an uproar. What a waste of my time. So he's just a fake. He had such a clear goal. I thought that he was very confident, but it was all fake. Not necessarily. The boss only said that the source box isn't in that piece of metal, but he didn't say that there isn't a source box inside. Straight metallic man only unlocks source boxes that appear within metals. Since he's so confident, then he must be confident, an older lockbreaker analyzed. Everyone nodded as that made sense. Lu Yin looked in the direction that straight metallic man had left, and after thinking about it he followed him. Based on the rune lines he could sense that a few people were following him, and they clearly didn't have good intentions. Straight Metallic Man carried the large piece of metal as he flew through the sky. He passed over several mountains and cities before finally stopping in a valley. He smashed the metal onto the ground and stood there quietly. In the sky, 3 figures descended and surrounded Straight Metallic Man. Straight Metallic Man, hand over that piece of metal and we'll let you leave safely, one of them said with a solemn expression. Straight Metallic Man's voice was unpleasant to the ears, and it sounded like metal grating against each other. With just you 3? The 3 of us are cruisers and we can combine our attacks. Even if you're a lockbreaker, you won't be able to defeat us at the same level. I advise you to leave, or else you won't be able to participate in the competition in 2 days, the man in the middle threatened. Straight Metallic Man patted the metal. It's right here. Come and get it yourself. The 3 looked at each other and then attacked at the same time. The 3 waves of star energy did not attack Straight Metallic Man, but instead enveloped the space above him. They then combined to form a cage that smashed down on him. It was similar to Xianxia's inescapable net, as it was a battle technique that could trap someone. However, Xianxia had relied on battle techniques in his domain, while these 3 relied on teamwork. Straight Metallic Man's eyes trembled, and an invisible fluctuation spread out. The air suddenly froze and even the cage that the 3 had created froze in midair. Then the air suddenly changed as strands of metal filled the void, turning the entire space into metal. The 3 felt their scalps go numb. Not good, it's a force field. Retreat. Anyone who could transform a domain into a force field was an absolute expert, and it was not something that could be suppressed by numbers. The 3 of them decisively retreated, but Straight Metallic Man did not let them go. The metal in the air quickly spread out and the valley, the mountain and even the area outside of the mountain was quickly metallized. The 3 people's bodies froze as the metal continued to spread. Straight Metallic Man, let us go. We won't do it again. Straight Metallic Man's gaze turned cold. Turn into metal. The moment he spoke, the metal quickly spread out from the 3 people's bodies, and they howled in terror before finally turning into metal statues that fell into the mountain stream. In the distance, Lu Yin raised his brows. What a powerful force field. As expected of a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who had the strength of a cruiser. Straight Metallic Man was ruthless and decisive. He killed 3 cruisers as if nothing had happened and he then picked up the metal block and left. Lu Yin did not follow him as there were not many cruisers in the Outerverse. Now that he had killed 3 cruisers in one go, there were not many people on Source Peak Planet who would dare to act against him. He just did not know if Saul would act, as that person's existence was also a threat to Deng Pu. After wandering around Source Peak Planet for an entire day, Lu Yin appeared at a restaurant in the city the next night. He ate some of Source Peak Planet's specialties while looking out the window. There were close to 10,000 lockbreakers on Source Peak Planet, and Lu Yin occasionally saw other lockbreakers pass by. He listened to the discussions around him and learned about his competitors in 2 days. Before long, Lu Yin was about to leave when a group of people appeared at the restaurant. Lu Yin recognized the person in the lead, Angie, a student of Astral 7 and an area master. She had lost to Tu Bo during the Astral Combat tournament. He remembered her because he had visited the Umbral Butterfly Weave before the tournament, where he had met someone from the Umbral Butterfly tribe. He had not expected Angie to not be in the Innerverse. Angie led the group into the restaurant and into a private room. Amu, come with me. Everyone else, stay outside. Amu. Lu Yin was stunned and he looked at the man behind Angie with astonishment. It really was Amu. Back in the Umbral Butterfly Weave, Lu Yin had relied on Amu to enter the giant planet and obtain the giant emperor's third eye. Why was Amu here? Lu Yin's impression of Amu was that he was weak and cowardly. He should have lived a mediocre life and he should not have appeared on Source Peak Planet. Moreover, he was following behind Angie, who was the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe. What surprised Lu Yin even more was that Amu's rune lines were not much worse than Angie's. After so many years, Amu had changed so much. That night, Amu closed the wooden door in the City Forest Hotel. He stood wearily atop a tree and looked down at the passers-by below. He muttered to himself, "In another day these people will be in trouble." Thud, thud, thud. There was a knock on the door and Amu opened it to see an unfamiliar man. His gaze was wary as he asked, "Who are you?" The man did not answer and simply walked in. Amu's gaze turned cold, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards the man's neck. The man raised a finger and to Amu's surprise, the dagger was sent flying with a clang. The tremendous force behind the blow caused Amu to retreat several steps, and the dagger embedded itself in the wall. "Why are you in such a hurry to attack? Do you have a lot of enemies?" the man asked casually as he closed the door. Amu retreated to the window and stared at the man. He asked fearfully, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" The man smiled and his expression changed. "Amu, long time no see." Amu was stunned at first, but then he was shocked and delighted. Seventh bro? The man was Lu Yin. "You still remember me?" "Not bad." Amu was delighted. "Seventh bro, why are you here?" Lu Yin casually answered, "Participating in a competition." "You're a lockbreaker?" Amu was surprised. "Didn't I tell you?" Lu Yin was puzzled as he had also forgotten. Amu replied, "I forgot." "Seventh bro, how did you find me?" "I saw it by accident." "You were with Angie," Lu Yin said. Chapter 685. Amu replied, "Angie is the young matriarch of our umbral butterfly tribe, and she's also a student of the Astral Combat Academy. Do you know her, seventh bro?" "I know her, but I've never interacted with her before. I didn't expect her to suddenly become an explorer, and she's even in the outerverse. However, I'm more surprised by you." Lu Yin stared at Amu seriously. "Your strength isn't any weaker than Angie's." Amu's expression changed and he forced a smile. "Seventh bro, don't joke around. I was just lucky to have just become an explorer. Young matriarch Angie can't only bring girls when she goes out, so I was able to tag along. I don't have any strength." Lu Yin looked at Amu for a while. "Is that so? Then I must have misjudged you." Amu relaxed. The two chatted for a while. They had only known each other for a few days and their relationship wasn't that good. However, they had still experienced life and death situations together. Lu Yin had only come looking for Amu because he was curious about how Amu's strength had improved so quickly. Seeing that Amu wasn't willing to talk about it, Lu Yin decided to leave. "Seventh bro, are you really going to participate in this lockbreaker competition?" Amu asked before Lu Yin left. He looked hesitant as if he was conflicted about something. Lu Yin nodded. "Yes. I'm a lockbreaker after all. What's wrong?" Amu seriously replied, "If possible, it's best if you leave Source Peak Planet." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "What do you mean?" Amu frowned and muttered, "I can't explain it to you, but this competition isn't as simple as it seems, so it's best if you leave." Lu Yin stared at Amu for a while. "Amu, have you heard anything about me recently?" Amu shook his head. "The umbral butterfly weave is far from the east, so I haven't heard anything." Lu Yin smiled and patted Amu's shoulder. "Thank you for your advice. I'll remember it." He then left. Amu closed the door with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected to run into this person here. It was precisely because of this person's help that Amu had been able to obtain that item and transform his strength. That was how he had been able to change his status and reach his current height. Although they weren't close, Amu was very grateful to Lu Yin, and he couldn't help but remind him. However, Lu Yin's attitude was very strange. Amu's thoughts. Very soon Lu Yin's deeds. After looking at it for a while, Amu put down his gadget in a daze. It seemed that he had gotten himself into trouble. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary lockbreaker, then he definitely wouldn't have been able to cause any trouble for them, and it would have been pointless no matter how much he knew. However, Lu Yin was not an ordinary person. He was the master of Frostwave Weave, and he had established the Great Eastern Alliance. He had killed Enlighters, and the various great powers of the Innerverse did not dare to provoke him. All of these things indicated that Lu Yin's status was extraordinary, and he even surpassed Angie's. This person had the ability to change the entire situation. Amu smiled bitterly. No wonder he had such a strange expression after hearing his reminder. He was really in trouble. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he walked out of the forest inn, but his mind was racing. It seemed that the Umbral Butterfly tribe had also joined forces with the Wei family and Phelan to deal with Saul. There was Armament Weave and Umbral Butterfly Weave. Who else was there? He had guessed that if he wanted to deal with Saul, he would need an Enlighter to act. As he thought about it, he rose into the air and scanned his surroundings, searching for a boundless amount of rune lines. After searching for more than half an hour, he found nothing, but he was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. This was Source Peak Planet, and there were lock breakers everywhere. These lock breakers were all extremely sensitive to star energy, and even if an enlighter appeared, they would definitely try their best to conceal themselves or even hide outside of Source Peak Planet. Otherwise, they would be easily detected by Saul and the others. Lu Yin did not know exactly how many people had joined forces, and he did not need to know either. With his and Aiden's abilities, they could even survive in Ironblood Weave's battlefield, let alone this place. Wang Wen's suggestion was to wait and see, and this was also what Lu Yin wanted to do. The next day, Lu Yin strolled around Source Peak Planet as if nothing had happened. More and more people arrived on Source Peak Planet, and the characteristic forest was filled to the brim. Many places had long lines to eat, and anything related to lock breaking or source boxes was packed with people. Conflicts often arose, but no one dared to escalate the situation. There were all sorts of transactions going on in the dark, and Lu Yin's domain covered everything. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft descended, all bearing the same symbol. Endless Borders, one of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations. It was a shipping company that originated from Endless Weave, and it was the undisputed overlord of the entire Outerverse transportation industry. When he saw Endless Borders, Lu Yin thought of Madame Naylan. She should be here, as she was the one who had told him about the lockbreaker competition. Just as he thought of her, he received a call from her. Whatever he was thinking about, it had come. Lu Yin accepted the call. "Madam, have you arrived on Source Peak Planet?" On the other end, Madame Naylan smiled. "Your Highness must have arrived a long time ago. Was your journey safe?" Lu Yin's brows rose. "Why do you ask?" "Your Highness, the lockbreaker competition this time will not be peaceful. You must be careful." Lu Yin was speechless. How did everyone know? How many people had Phelan cooperated with? How could Saul not know? How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. "Seems like your Highness knows something. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I do know that there will be a huge change on Source Peak Planet. Endless Borders and Aegis are both participating. Our Naylan family is one of the 4 major corporations, so they can't hide any information from me." Lu Yin looked up at the Endless Borders spacecraft with a heavy heart. He did not care about Armament Weave or Umbral Butterfly Weave, but the 4 major corporations were different. Their businesses spanned the entire Outerverse, and their influence was too wide. They also had great potential. The reason why Madame Naylan had protected the Great U Empire was because the enlighter that the Naylan family supported had been trapped in tyrannical weave. If the Naylan family had an enlighter, then these 2 families should have as well. This was especially true for Aegis, which dealt with weapons and had the most mercenaries and independent cultivators. With their participation, Source Peak Planet's situation was worse than expected. It was no wonder why Phelan was so confident. She had actually allied herself with 2 major corporations. She was not afraid of overdoing things. "Thank you for the reminder, madam. I understand." "You're welcome. I'm His Highness' subordinate," Madame Naylan said lazily. Lu Yin's heart warmed and he coughed. "Why isn't the Naylan family participating?" Our Naylan family's seniors are trapped in tyrannical weave, and they don't care about us anymore." Madame Naylan sighed. Lu Yin did not believe her, as the foundations of the 4 major corporations were unimaginably deep, and nobody dared to underestimate them. If they did not participate, then it could only mean that they did not want to, or that they had used some other method to participate. "Madam, are you on Source Peak Planet right now?" Lu Yin asked. Madame Naylan smiled. "Does your Highness want to see me? I just took a shower." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "I'll see you after the competition." "That's fine. Then be careful, your Highness." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then ended the call. Armament Weave, Umbral Butterfly Weave, Endless Borders, Aegis and Phelan. He did not know if there were any others, but with so many powers working together, it was indeed enough to deal with Saul. It seemed that Saul did not know that he had been targeted, or else Source Peak Planet would not have been so peaceful. The old man stood too high and his ambitions were too great. He had been blinded by the schemes of others, which was a great taboo. Once Saul was defeated, then the Lockbreaker Society would be half destroyed. That woman, Phelan, was truly ruthless. However, she alone would not have been able to link up with all these powers, so it should have been Wei Rong or someone else. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not planned on taking the lead, or else he might not have been able to fulfill the conditions that Phelan had agreed to. These powers all had enlighters, so they would not be afraid of him. In the end, not only would he end up offending the Lockbreaker Society and Saul, but he might also end up with nothing. But would Phelan be able to get what she wanted? Were so many powers working together just to support her? Lu Yin did not believe that. What was their goal? Within a manor on Source Peak Planet, Wei Exia was trying to sneak away when a shadow blocked her path. She looked up with a bitter expression. Brother. The youth who had appeared in front of Wei Exia was handsome and elegant. His gaze was gentle, but it also carried a trace of dignity. It was Wei Rong. Exia, you're too naughty. Wei Exia bit her lip. Brother, I want to participate. No, Wei Rong immediately rejected. Wei Exia stubbornly asked, why? Wei Rong calmly replied, you're not even a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, so what's the point of participating? Do you want people to laugh at our Wei family? Of course not. People will only praise the Wei family for their bravery. You're not even a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, yet you dare to compete with a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. I'm bringing honor to the Wei family. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm bringing honor to you. Embarrassing. You're pissing me off. I'm going to tell Grandpa that you bullied me. Wei Exia glared at Wei Rong before turning around and leaving unwillingly. Wei Rong laughed, his eyes filled with doting love. Elsewhere, Phelan requested an audience with Fiend Li, but she was not granted an audience. The only reply she received was, the competition is imminent, so don't cause gossip. Phelan helplessly left, but before she left, she bowed deeply. No matter what, please uphold the Lockbreaker Society's impartiality and fairness. Phelan thanks you. The next day, Lu Yin received a notice and walked out of his residence. He looked up and brought Aiden to the Hall of Insight, where the first round of the competition would take place. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside Source Peak Planet's Hall of Insight. Many screens illuminated the sky, allowing the competition to be broadcasted from countless places in the universe. Even those in outer space could watch the competition live. Lockbreakers were the most respected profession, and their every move was closely watched. Countless powers were keeping an eye on the lockbreaker competition, hoping to rope in talented lockbreakers. Lu Yin was shocked when he reached the outskirts of the Hall of Insight. There were too many people, and there were people from all over the sky and on the ground. There were rune lines everywhere, and there were at least 5 hunter rune lines. This was just the spectators, and it did not include the lockbreakers. That's the Hall of Insight. I've heard many rumors about it over the past 2 days, and it really is spectacular, Aiden sighed. Lu Yin looked over and saw that there were 4 towering trees that surrounded and protected a large hall in front of him. The 4 trees were truly towering, and they were even taller than the clouds. The Hall of Insight was right in the center of the 4 trees, and below them was a continuous mountain range. The north was connected to the Lockbreaker Society's residence, while the other 3 directions were connected to the mountain ranges that extended into the distance. This was what most people would see, but what Lu Yin saw was different. He saw 4 large trees as the boundary, and a square of rune lines soared into the sky. With the trees as the boundary, there were no rune lines outside the trees, but there were within the trees, and the rune lines enveloped the Hall of Insight. Chapter 686. Rumor had it that the amount of star energy within the Hall of Insight was fixed, and if one wanted to use it, they would have to use various methods to fight over it. The 4 trees were actually source box arrays that had been constructed by ancient lockbreakers. Many lockbreakers would observe the Hall of Insight in hopes of comprehending something. Once they did, they would be able to advance from a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker to a boundless advanced lockbreaker. This was a shortcut. The Hall of Insight was the core of Source Peak Planet. The location of the first round of the competition was in the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. There were currently more than 300 lockbreakers participating in the competition, and they all entered the mountain range below the Hall of Insight one after another. Someone who hasn't even successfully unlocked a source box dares to participate? This year's lockbreaker competition has really declined. Someone in the crowd shouted with laughter. Everyone around him laughed as well. The lockbreaker competition doesn't have a limit on the number of participants. I think I should participate as well. Although I haven't unlocked a source box before, it'll be good to experience it. In the future I can say that I've participated in the lockbreaker competition, someone shouted as he leapt into the mountain range. This person's words moved many people, and a few more lockbreakers immediately entered the mountain range. Inside the Hall of Insight, Sol, Fiendly, Phelan, Yifeng, Mr. Jun and several other perceptive intermediate lockbreakers sat down with ugly expressions. Vice President, should we throw out those who haven't unlocked a source box before? A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker asked. Sol waved his hand. Forget it. The lockbreaker competition doesn't have a precedent of kicking people out. Let them participate since they won't be able to pass the first round anyway. Phelan smiled. Less than 100 people passed the first round, so it's useless for them to join. The number of participants has already exceeded the initial limit, and it's still increasing. I believe that the final number will exceed 1,000. There are less than 20,000 lockbreakers in the entire Outerverse, and there aren't even 1,000 lockbreakers with star ratings. Excluding those who aren't participating, there are at most 300 star lockbreakers in this competition, and most of them are fledglings who haven't unlocked a source box before. How embarrassing. Everyone fell silent. In the past, the lockbreaker competition had been organized by both the Innerverse and Outerverse, and there had been over 1,000 lockbreakers participating in the competition. However, almost all of them had been 3 stars discerning elementary lockbreakers or above. At that time, any random lockbreaker would have been able to rank among the top in this competition, and this competition had caused the Lockbreaker Society to lose face. Senior, there's no need to be angry. It's not like there aren't any outstanding ones. Mr. Jun smiled and pointed below. Straight Metallic Man had entered the mountain range and appeared on the screen. Straight Metallic Man was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and his appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. Soon after, the Serpent Queen appeared as well as Tong Mi'er and Shi-Chi. Waves of cries of surprise made Fiend Li's expression look much better. At least it wasn't too embarrassing as there were still people supporting him. This was especially true for Shi-Chi, who had already reached the perceptive intermediate level. She was definitely the strongest contender for first place in this competition. When he saw Shi-Chi appear, Sol's expression changed, but it soon returned to normal. Aside from Phelan, no one else noticed. Phelan stared at the mountain range, searching for Lu Yin. Lu Yin said something to Aiden and then charged into the mountain range. The moment he passed the towering tree, the star energy in his body seemed to be sealed and he couldn't move it at all. It was as if his entire body had been split into 2. One was inside his body and the other was outside his body. Perhaps this was what the space-exploring powerhouses who had worn star essence skins during the competition on planet Pyrolite had experienced. He casually waved his hand, and there was very little star energy floating in the air. Although he couldn't absorb it, he could still use it. This was the so-called stealing of star energy. Anyone who entered the range of the Hall of Insight would have their star energy taken away to ensure the safety of the hall. Lu Yin didn't stop and headed deeper into the mountain range. Although there were many lockbreakers participating in the competition, they were all scattered throughout the mountain range. Along the way, Lu Yin occasionally saw lockbreakers appear, but most of them had hidden themselves. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was Deng Pu. He had seen this person's image before, and if Lu Yin wasn't mistaken, this person should be the final champion of the competition. Suddenly, Lu Yin turned to look behind him and his expression changed. How could a hunter appear here? 10,000 meters away from Lu Yin, there was a young-looking man with eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life walking through the mountain range. He would occasionally look up at the Hall of Insight with a complicated expression. Lu Yin stood at a high vantage point and quietly looked over, and he saw the young man. The young man also saw Lu Yin, but he ignored him and continued walking in another direction. Lu Yin was astonished. This person was a hunter and perhaps not an ordinary one at that. He actually felt slightly threatened by Lu Yin, which was a feeling that only Mr. Jun's lock-breaking tool had made him feel. This person was very strong. Outside the Hall of Insight, images of lockbreakers appeared on a screen in the sky. When the young hunter appeared, someone exclaimed, "Kai Jianxiang." The surrounding people were confused. Bro, what are you shouting about? The person looked at the screen in shock and pointed. Kai Jianqiang. That's right, it's definitely him. What Kai Jianqiang? A woman with a gadget approached with curiosity in her eyes. She was from the media, and she was here to capture the highlights of this competition to increase the viewership ratings. The person stared at the screen and solemnly explained, there's a pair of brothers in the Innerverse. The elder brother is called Kai Jiangwen and the younger brother is called Kai Jianqiang. These two brothers are very famous because they are complete opposites. The elder brother has an extremely high lock-breaking talent, and he became a 5-star perceptive intermediate lock-breaker before the age of 100. He also became a researcher of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society and had the right to participate in the assessment. He was known as the most talented lockbreaker of his generation, and he was even hailed as the successor to the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's president. However, his cultivation talent was too poor, and even though he became a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, he was only an explorer, and it was difficult for him to progress any further. The younger brother Kai Jianqiang is the exact opposite. He has an extremely high cultivation talent, and he became a hunter in just a few short decades. He can challenge those who are a realm breaker with ease, and he once suppressed a youth council member of that generation. He's an absolute expert of his generation, but his lock-breaking talent is extremely poor. He's only just reached the perceptive intermediate level, and he's been evaluated as being unable to progress any further. The two brothers are complete opposites, and they're a hot topic in the Innerverse Lockbreaker circle. The woman beside him was surprised. There's such a thing? That can't be right. We know a lot about the powerful lockbreakers in the Innerverse, and if he's the president's successor and the most talented lockbreaker of his generation, then why haven't we heard of Kai Jiangwen's name? Because that person changed his name. You must have heard of his name before. Wuxia, the person solemnly explained. Wuxia. The people around him exclaimed, clearly not unfamiliar with this name. The woman was shocked. Are you talking about the Master Wuxia who can casually decide whether or not someone can join the Lockbreaker Society? The one who can assess people at any time and place. That's right. Wuxia is Kai Jiangwen and that person is Wuxia's younger brother Kai Jianqiang, the person said. As soon as he said this, the crowd's gazes towards the young man on the screen were no longer calm. This was an important figure. In the Hall of Insight, Saul saw Kai Jianqiang and his eyes trembled. He's actually in the Outerverse as well. Fiend Li and the others looked over as well. It's him. What a pity. If only he had half of his brother's lock-breaking talent, then he wouldn't be in such a state. Mr. Jun said, actually if he didn't walk the path of lock-breaking his future would have been very bright. There are very few people who can compare to him in terms of cultivation, and he could be considered the strongest of his generation. It's a pity that he chose to walk the path of lock-breaking. Although Kai Jianqiang had surprised everyone, Saul did not care. This person's lock-breaking talent was too poor, and he posed no threat to Deng Pu. After looking around, Saul did not find Lu Yin and he nodded in satisfaction. There were only a few people who could pose a threat to him in this year's lockbreaker competition, and those who had caught his eye had all been eliminated. Lu Yin had been one of them, but his operation had failed, which worried Saul. Although this person was only a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, his progress was too fast and he also had a lockbreaking tool. He would be a worthy opponent. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not appeared. Saul looked at Mr. Jun with a satisfied expression. Mr. Jun was at a loss. He had searched for Lu Yin for 2 days on the road from Frostwave Weave to Source Peak Planet, but he had not found Lu Yin. He had thought that he had missed Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had not appeared at all. Within the mountain range, Lu Yin watched Kai Jianqiang leave with a solemn expression. This person was not simple, and he might very well be Lu Yin's greatest enemy in this year's lockbreaker competition. As a bell rang in the sky, the lockbreaker competition officially began. The mountain range trembled and soon, a voice rang out in the sky. Hidden in the mountain range are source boxes sealed with spiritual thread. You have 3 days. The more source boxes you find and unlock, the higher your results will be. Lu Yin was shocked. The Lockbreaker Society was truly worthy of its reputation and they were truly generous. According to Phelan, 100 people could pass the first round, which meant that at least 100 people would be able to successfully unlock the source boxes. That meant that there would be more than 100 source boxes, and there would definitely be people who would be able to unlock more than one source box. It was a pity that everything obtained from lockbreaking belonged to the Lockbreaker Society, which was basically giving them free lockbreaking. Regardless, the Lockbreaker Society's foundation was unfathomable for them to be able to take out so many source boxes in one go. Lu Yin stood at a high vantage point and looked down, but he could not see the number of rune lines that represented the source boxes. He could only sense them with his star energy, but this was similar to treasure gambling. It all depended on one's eyesight. There was a thump and there was a loud explosion not too far away. Someone had attacked the ground from high up in the sky, not intending to search for the source boxes. Lu Yin looked over and saw that the ground did not move at all. That attack had contained the power level of a Lemmeter, but it had not been able to shatter the ground. The ground of this mountain range was terrifyingly tough, which meant that it was impossible to bombard the mountain range. Even if a cruiser attacked, there would not be enough star energy in the air for him to bombard the mountain range. Furthermore, there were so many people in the mountain range competing for star energy. Lu Yin crouched down and exerted a bit of strength until he displayed a strength comparable to a cruiser's. Only then did the ground crack open. It would take some time for this kind of strength to completely shatter the ground. It seemed that he would have to rely on the traces of star energy to search for source boxes, but he did not know how to do so. No one had ever taught him how to search for source boxes. As he thought about it, Sirius activated his Sirius technique and expanded its range. Gradually, the entire mountain was enveloped, and Lu Yin could see much more clearly within the range of his Sirius technique. The giant emperor's third eye appeared in Lu Yin's hand, and he focused his gaze downwards. He could clearly see the spatial fluctuations as well as the trajectory of star energy. He could also clearly see the abnormal spatial fluctuations at a corner of the mountain. There was a source box there. Chapter 687. Lu Yin's body disappeared and he landed at the bottom of the mountain. He punched out, causing the ground to shatter. This punch contained a strength that surpassed a cruiser's, and the ground beneath the mountain cracked open to reveal a box made of spiritual thread. Lu Yin was delighted as it seemed that having a lock-breaking tool would give him an advantage when searching for source boxes. He could use his lock-breaking tool and other methods to detect unusual fluctuations in the air, and the others had their own methods, domains, innate gifts, and even battle techniques. This first round of testing was a lockbreaker's ability to search for source boxes. It made sense when he thought about it, as the Lockbreaker Society couldn't possibly rely on others to accidentally discover source boxes. They must have organized groups of lockbreakers specifically to search for source boxes. Otherwise, how could there be so many source boxes? Lu Yin took out the box, but before he could open it, he turned around and saw two figures rushing towards him. They attacked him without saying a single word. Lu Yin's gaze trembled and the star energy in the air suddenly froze. The two had been using their star energy to execute battle techniques, but halfway through their star energy went out of control. Not good, it's a domain. Retreat. Lu Yin did not have the habit of taking a beating without retaliating. His domain directly crushed the two lockbreakers, and it was like a warning bell that slammed them into the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted. In this sort of environment where one had to fight for star energy, the stronger one would be, and the weaker one would have no star energy at all. This was only the first round of the competition and it would only last for 3 days. The source boxes that the Lockbreaker Society had placed would not be too high grade. Lu Yin slowly opened the box containing spiritual thread, and the first thing he saw was a green stone that emitted the sound of tides. He slowly reached out to grab it, but the moment he got close to the green stone, his palm was bombarded by a continuous force. He pulled his hand back. It was a source box's killing intent, but it was only at the level of a Lemmeter. He reached out and grabbed the green stone, withstanding the continuous force that was like a tidal wave. He observed it for a moment, and with his current lock-breaking ability he would need about 2 hours to successfully unlock this stone. It was only at the level of a 3 stars discerning elementary, which was not very high. Lu Yin placed the stone back into the box and stored it in his cosmic ring. He then looked up at the Hall of Insight. These old fellows would definitely be monitoring him and it would be impossible for him to steal this source box. However, he was not in a rush to unlock it, so he could just snatch it first. Just as Zhou Xian obtained his first source box, a brightly colored python swam out from the bottom of a lake in another mountain range in the distance. It was wrapped around a box made from 1,000 spiritual threads. The Serpent Queen was half naked by the lakeside, and she occasionally soaked her body in lake water. She was extremely alluring, and she didn't care about the countless people who were watching her from the outside. The giant python coiled around the box and placed it beside the lake. With a hiss, it sank back into the lake. Not far away, a pair of greedy eyes glanced at the Serpent Queen. He resisted the temptation and rushed towards the box, wanting to snatch it away. Suddenly, the serpent's tail pierced out from the ground and wrapped around the man. Then, as the man howled in pain, the serpent's tail tore his body in half. Blood splattered on the lakeside, and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb, as someone had actually killed someone. Very few people were killed in the lockbreaker competition. After all, they were all lockbreakers with high statuses. In the Hall of Insight, Mr. June suddenly stood up with a gloomy expression. Saul looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing?" Mr. June replied, "Vice President, the lockbreaker competition is about lock-breaking ability. This woman used her astral beast to kill a lockbreaker, which is a violation of the rules." Saul calmly replied, "Lockbreakers experience far more life and death situations than normal cultivators. Every year, many lockbreakers die in the process of lockbreaking or even in the process of searching for source boxes. Are you going to show up for all of them?" "But this is a competition," Mr. June said. Fiendly spoke up. "Although the competition doesn't encourage killing, it doesn't prohibit it either. If you interfere, the participating lockbreakers will think that they're being protected, and they'll act even more recklessly. This will be unfair to the lockbreakers who obtain source boxes. Are we just going to let this woman use her astral beast to kill people?" Phelan couldn't help but ask. Saul calmly replied, "Lockbreakers aren't that easy to kill. If they die because of greed, then their deaths won't be regretted. This competition wasn't viewed favorably in the first place, so it's good to increase the number of deaths so that it can be different from the previous competitions." These few people and a few words set the tone for this year's lockbreaker competition. By the lakeside, the Serpent Queen looked up and raised an eyebrow. Since no one was interfering, it seemed that she could be more ruthless. The python slithered over and rubbed its large head against the Serpent Queen. The Serpent Queen's lips curled up and she stroked the python. "Be good. Go." The python's upper body rose up and the Serpent Queen put away the box. She then sat on the python's back and headed in another direction. On the other side, Xianxia had also found a source box. Fortunately, the source box had appeared right beneath her feet, and she had almost tripped over it. "Hee, now you've experienced Lord Fish's power, two-legged beast." The fish on Xianxia's head continuously slapped its tail as it spoke. Xianxia was confused. "What does that have to do with you? Stupid. If it weren't for Lord Fish's great fortune, do you think it would have been so easy for you to obtain a source box? That's why I say that you two-legged beasts sometimes don't have good judgment." The fish slapped its tail even harder. Xianxia pursed her lips and rolled her eyes, but she did not retort. Her past experience told her that retorting was useless, as the fish had already sunk into its own fantasy and was unable to extricate itself. Suddenly the fish growled, "Don't move. There's someone here." Xianxia's eyes widened as she looked into the distance. For the fish to specifically warn her meant that this person was not simple. Very quickly Xianxia saw the newcomer. It was Ku Wei. Ku Wei and Xianxia had coincidentally bumped into each other, and then he stared blankly at the fish on Xianxia's head. He slowly raised his hand. "How much for this fish?" Xianxia blinked. "I'll give it to you." Ku Wei was delighted. "Really? Little girl, you're quite tactful. Since you're so obedient, I'll allow you to call me Brother Wei. In the future, when you're outside, just say that you have Brother Wei's protection and no one will dare to bully you. Come, be good and give the fish to Brother Wei. Brother Wei thinks that braising or steaming is both delicious." Xianxia covered her mouth in shock and her eyes rolled back. Atop Xianxia's head, the fish stared at Ku Wei with wide eyes and only reacted after a long time. Braising? Steaming? The fish could sense that the fellow in front of it was filled with malice, and it was furious. It felt as if its dignity had been challenged. Brat, you're in big trouble. Lord Fish will clearly tell you that you're in big trouble. Lord Fish will fight you to the death. Kuwei was stunned. You can talk? There's such a fish? Little girl, where did you buy it? Xianxia pursed her lips. Brat, Lord Fish is talking to you. You're in big trouble. Hurry up and dig your ancestors out of their graves and kowtow to Lord Fish as an apology. Then become Lord Fish's mount. The fish shouted. Kuwei was amazed and he rubbed his chin as he fell into deep thought. If it can talk, then it can't be eaten. Its mouth is pretty cheap, so it'll probably be troublesome to bring it along. Forget it, I don't want it. The fish became even angrier, and its tail continuously slapped Xianxia's head. Two-legged beast, go. Beat him to death. Beat him to death for Lord Fish. Xianxia thought about it. I'm not good at fighting. Lord Fish will teach you. Hurry up and beat him up. This brat wants to run away. The fish grew anxious. Kuwei looked at the fish and his eyes lit up. Fish. Right, fishing? Ah, Brother Wei is really a genius to be able to think of such a method. That's great. Fishing. He then took out an empty box and raised it high into the air. He then flew away just like that. The screen in the outside world just happened to capture this scene. Xianxia was one of the lock breakers who received the most attention, and her every move was being observed. She had also observed Kuwei and then this scene. What's he doing? If I'm not mistaken, that's an empty box, someone commented. That guy was shouting like a madman just now. Could he have been blinded by the fish? I heard that Xianxia's fish has a very cheap mouth. No, he's trying to entice someone else to attack. He's trying to entice someone else. In the Hall of Insight, Saul was disappointed. He had thought that Kuwei would attack Xianxia, but he had not expected him to leave just like that. Interesting. If he wants to use such a method to entice others, then he's either crazy or extremely confident in himself. Phelan smiled. Fiendly said, but this also proves that he's not confident in finding a source box. The person who attacked him might not have a source box. This method isn't very efficient. The crowd nodded. Below the Hall of Insight in the mountain range, Lu Yin saw Kuwei and was slightly stunned. What was this guy doing? Seventh bro, that guy's crazy, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and then he laughed. He wants to use such a method to entice others to snatch his source box and then snatch it back. Interesting. He had done such a thing before, so he had quickly figured it out. However, just as Fiendly had guessed, this person was no longer a threat. Kuwei had no way of finding a source box, which meant that his lock-breaking ability was not strong enough. Although this method was useful, it was not very efficient. Although the success rate of this method was low, it was still very successful in attracting people. In just a few minutes, someone had tried to snatch Kuwei's box, but Kuwei had snatched it back. The person's underwear had almost been ripped off, but unfortunately he had not found a source box. Trash. You can't even find a source box, but you still dare to snatch Brother Wei's box? Go find a source box and then come and snatch Brother Wei's box after you find one, Kuwei threatened. The few people scrambled away. Following that, Kuwei lifted the box up again and flew into the sky like a kite, trying to entice others to snatch his source box. He was rather confident, as he believed that he was a person with principles and would not randomly rob others. Thus, he would only snatch his source box back with a clear conscience if others tried to snatch it from him. For example, that spacecraft's captain and the nose-hair man had both volunteered to help him. Xianxia was scolded by the fish for a long time, scolding her for being cowardly and useless. Xianxia felt wronged. I'm not good at fighting. The fish looked up at Kuwei and muttered to itself, strange, there's a familiar smell on this kid. Who is he? Lord Fish must have met him before. Even further away, Kai Jinxiang glanced at the sky and ignored the fish. He continued to search for source boxes by himself. He was very diligent and did not like to use cheap tricks. He forcefully plundered star energy so that he could use his own abilities to search for source boxes. He wanted to tell those old fellows in the Lockbreaker Society that hard work could make up for one's lack of talent, and that he would definitely be able to reach his elder brother's heights. In a valley filled with swamps, Deng Pu casually waved his hand, and a strong gale tore through the swamp and killed a giant astral beast. He peeled off its flesh and a box fell out of its abdomen. It was the box that contained the source box, and it had inadvertently been devoured by the astral beast. Chapter 688. Deng Pu put away the box and looked up at Ku Wei. His gaze turned cold. Clown. He then leaped out of the swamp and quickly headed in a certain direction as if he was very confident. Everyone had their own methods of searching for source boxes. Although Ku Wei's method was a little strange, it was still effective. Half a day later he managed to rob a lock breaker and really obtained a source box. He excitedly swapped the fake one out and raised the real one above his head. He even opened the box for others to see, as he was afraid that no one would know that there really was a source box here. This guy was just short of raising a loudspeaker and shouting, "Come and rob me." Lu Yin was eager to try and rob the source box. If he didn't, then he would be letting down Ku Wei's annoying face. Just as Lu Yin was about to make a move, a giant python soared up from below and bit at Ku Wei. The Serpent Queen was standing on the python's back, and they both moved to plunder star energy. Ku Wei was excited. Seeing the giant python open its mouth to bite him, he slowly raised his index finger. One finger tap. There was a whoosh and the python paused in midair. Fresh blood flowed down its back and dyed the sky red. The Serpent Queen was shocked and she hurriedly dragged the python away. Ku Wei grinned. "Don't run, little sister. Hand over the source box to Brother Wei." No one knew what Ku Wei had done, including Saul and the others in the Hall of Insight. They could not tell what battle technique Ku Wei had used, but it had been able to instantly injure the ancient multicolored snake. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei solemnly. In that instant, this person had condensed a terrifying amount of rune lines at his fingertips, and they had not dissipated at all. His strength was comparable to a hunter's, and the snake and woman were only cruisers, so they had been defeated upon contact. This was the result of Lu Yin's rune lines. Lu Yin knew that this person's finger attack was not as simple as it seemed. It had the same unfathomable strength as his dream finger. This person was very powerful. The Serpent Queen's face paled as she dragged the python away in Lu Yin's direction. She looked back and met Ku Wei's gaze, and she saw the ridicule in his eyes. The Serpent Queen's scalp went numb. What kind of freak was this? He was just an explorer, but he had been able to render her powerless. How could an explorer have such strength? Could this person be the Lu Yin that had been rumored to be Lu Yin? If it was really him, then things would be troublesome. "Big sister, Brother Wei wants you to stay," Ku Wei shouted. Suddenly his eyes widened and the star energy in the sky and on the ground. This was a force field. The Serpent Queen was astonished, as Lu Yin had actually comprehended a force field. Without the support of any star energy, she could only drag the python along as she plummeted straight down, landing right above Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as a huge shadow loomed over him and he dodged to the side. An explosion sounded out as the giant python and Serpent Queen crashed to the ground. The giant python howled as it looked at Ku Wei with its massive eyes filled with fear. Ku Wei stood in midair and looked down at Serpent Queen. "Hand it over and Brother Wei won't hit you anymore." Ku Wei smiled as his method had worked. He now had 2 source boxes. He flew towards the box and stored it away. He no longer looked at the Serpent Queen, but instead at a nearby man. "Bro, since we've met, it must be fate. Show Brother Wei your cosmic ring." Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Ku Wei. "I have a source box." Ku Wei's eyes lit up. "Ah, you're so lucky. Brother Wei won't hit you. Hand over the source box." The Serpent Queen looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. In the outside world, countless people looked at Lu Yin sympathetically, as this guy was really unlucky. Within the Hall of Insight, Mr. Jun shook his head. A good lockbreaker competition has turned into a battle. Lockbreakers have astonishing power levels among their peers. Without enough power, how can they obtain status? "You're too narrow-minded," Fiendly lectured. Mr. Jun hurriedly agreed. Saul nonchalantly looked down below. Regardless of whether it was Serpent Queen or Ku Wei, both of them were strong, but they were no threat to Deng Pu. These people were not good at lock breaking, and the lockbreaker competition ultimately tested one's lock-breaking ability. The more one tried to steal, the more unlucky one would be if they were unable to lockbreak. Phelan looked down with a strange expression. Lu Yin was being snatched away. Was Ku Wei lucky? He could be considered lucky. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin spun his cosmic ring and smiled at Ku Wei. "If you want it, come and get it yourself." The Serpent Queen was astonished. Was this guy planning to resist? He was just an explorer and he seemed unfamiliar to her. Ku Wei's lips curled up. Looks like you're quite confident. Alright, Brother Wei will take it himself. Don't blame Brother Wei for not holding back. He then tapped his foot and disappeared. In that instant, all of the star energy in the void condensed into an enormous pressure that pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and his force field erupted. The void trembled with a boom, and the Serpent Queen felt a gust of wind blow past her. The star energy in the air was scattered and Ku Wei's force field collapsed. Ku Wei reappeared and looked at Lu Yin in shock. He had misjudged Lu Yin as this person was an expert. However, the result would be the same. Ku Wei did not care about the collapse of his force field and tapped out with a finger. Finger tap. Lu Yin's expression instantly changed. The appearance of finger tap made him feel as if everything around him was rapidly being consumed, including his own physical body. It felt as if all of his energy was being devoured, and his entire being became weak and powerless. The sky and earth were no longer their original colors. They were now gray. The entire world had been frozen by this finger. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Yin's mind was calm and peaceful, and he did not have any thoughts of resisting. This was a battle technique that could change everything, and it could even change an opponent's mentality. Lu Yin had experienced countless battles since he started cultivating, and he had seen many battle techniques. He had even experienced the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King transformation, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange and terrifying battle technique. It could actually change an opponent's mentality, which was beyond the scope of a normal battle technique. At this moment, any thoughts of resisting quickly disappeared. He watched as the finger approached. If he had been an ordinary cultivator, he would have been heavily injured by this attack, just like the Serpent Queen had been. However, Lu Yin's spiritual force far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and the effects of his recitation of the Stonewall scriptures were revealed. He used the last bit of consciousness he had to use his fates and to protect himself. There was a whoosh, and the void distorted as a gale swept out in all directions. Ku Wei's finger struck the fates and on Lu Yin's chest, and the shockwaves from the collision spread out in all directions with the two at the center, causing the ground to rapidly crack. Ku Wei was shocked. Fates and Lu Yin's eyes sobered up and he grabbed Ku Wei's arm. His strength exploded as he lifted Ku Wei into the air and slammed him into the ground. Suddenly, a phantom finger appeared in the sky. It was still the finger Zen, but this was a force field phantom that pressed down on Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin had no choice but to throw Ku Wei aside and leap up to avoid the attack. The mountain range that Ku Wei had been standing on was pierced through by the finger, and a huge crack spread out along the mountain's surface. Ku Wei finally regained control of his body in midair, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Where had this freak come from? He had actually been able to break free from the finger Zen's control. Not only did he have fates but he also had such a terrifying strength. Ku Wei looked at his right arm and saw that 5 finger marks were clearly visible. His bones had almost been crushed. He was a beast in human form. Lu Yin stood still and looked at Ku Wei. They were both explorers, and this person's strength was definitely comparable to the top 12 of the top 100 rankings. However, Lu Yin had seen images of the top 15 of the top 100 rankings, and this person was not one of them. Could this person be a disguise as well? It was normal for someone to be able to comprehend a force field and not be discovered while disguising themselves. Who could this person be? The two had only fought for an instant, and countless people had thought that the two of them had simply separated after one had attacked and the other had defended. It did not seem like anything special, but only those who understood the hardness of the mountain range knew how terrifying the power of that exchange had been. The entire mountain had cracked, which was something that even a cruiser would find difficult to accomplish. The Serpent Queen looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. She had not expected him to be yet another freak, and he was also an explorer. Were explorers this terrifying? The universe's great changes had indeed given birth to some terrifying geniuses, but those geniuses had long since become famous throughout the universe. Where had these two people come from? The Hall of Insight fell silent. An explorer with such power level was definitely not an ordinary person. Phelan was astonished, as that person was actually able to fight evenly with Lu Yin. Could he be one of the top experts of the top 100 rankings who had been left behind in the Outerverse? Ku Wei rubbed his arm and grimaced. Bro, not bad. Lu Yin smiled. You're not bad yourself. There aren't many people who can withstand one of Brother Wei's attacks, and you're even in the same realm as him. What's your name? I'm Ku Wei, Ku Wei replied. Ku Wei. Seventh bro, one of the surnames in the 7 courts is Ku. The monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You can just call me 7th bro. Ku Wei's lips curled up. What? You don't dare to reveal your name? Lu Yin replied meaningfully, you actually dare to reveal your name. Ku Wei raised his brows and then laughed. It's just a name. There are many strange names in the universe. Alright, since I can't steal you, I'll take my leave. I wish you an enjoyable competition. He then left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Are you sure that the 7 courts has a Ku surname? The monkey solemnly replied, I'm sure. The 7 courts has 7 surnames and one of them is Ku. I've seen it in a powerhouse's autobiography and told you about it before. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Was this person from the 7 courts? If he was, then why had he dared to walk out so openly and even announce his name? But if he wasn't, then it was quite impossible. Aside from the 3 dark hands, Lu Yin could not think of anyone else who could have nurtured such a terrifying explorer. The top 100 rankings did not include the 3 dark hands, so it was highly likely that this person was from the Ku family. This guy is really ambitious. From the Hall of Honor's perspective, even if he isn't from the 7 courts Ku family, anyone with the surname Ku should be exterminated. If you hadn't self-detonated your futon, then Shenwu continent would have been gone. This is how the Hall of Honor does things. This guy is really something, the monkey muttered. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. At this moment, Ku Wei was fishing with the box in his hand again. In the distance, the python looked at Lu Yin with a very human-like expression. The serpent queen stood up and nodded at Lu Yin before preparing to leave. Lu Yin coughed. Do you have any more source boxes? Chapter 689. The Serpent Queen was stunned and froze in place. The python angrily glared at Lu Yin, but when Lu Yin glanced at it, it immediately lowered its head. Nothing else, the Serpent Queen snapped. I don't believe you, Lu Yin said. The Serpent Queen angrily poured out the contents of her cosmic ring. Many of them were women's underwear, which made Lu Yin a little embarrassed. You're too straightforward. Fine, I believe you. Let's go. The Serpent Queen was furious and she glared at Lu Yin. She felt that this guy was even more despicable than that bastard from before. Monkey, do you think we should go fishing? Lu Yin asked. The monkey snickered. Up to you. No one's your match anyway. Once I put on my universal armor, the world will be mine. Lu Yin thought about it and decided against fishing. He recalled that person he had met before who had the strength of a hunter and not just any ordinary one at that. That person was definitely terrifying, and it would be troublesome if Lu Yin managed to fish him up. Lu Yin hoped that Ku Wei would be able to fish him up. Fights frequently broke out in the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. Whenever someone found a source box, a battle would ensue. As for Ku Wei, no one dared to cause trouble for him anymore. He had dealt with several groups of people and seized 3 source boxes in passing, placing them on top of his head. This made people jealous, but no one dared to make a move. The first day was spent in a chaotic mess of fights. When the sky turned completely dark, most people found a place to hide and began to attempt lock breaking. Someone like Deng Pu, who was fast at lock breaking, had already finished unlocking his first source box. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul was very satisfied. Deng Pu was the first participant to complete his lock breaking, while the others had either not yet or were in the process of doing so. Later in the night, there was a soft sound as the source box dissipated. There was nothing inside. Lu Yin was disappointed, but it did not matter. Even if he had obtained something from his lock breaking, it would belong to the society and not him. He continued searching for source boxes. Within a depression in a mountain wall, Shi-Chi wiped the sweat off her forehead and said disappointedly, "There's nothing." It's good. Otherwise, it would belong to someone else. The fish was very happy and continuously slapped its tail. At that moment, a figure walked past and glanced at Shi-Chi before looking at the ground. There were traces of a source box placed there. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out and kick them around like balls. Ugly, the fish spoke up. The person's eyes narrowed. Xiqi. Xiqi looked at him. You're straight metal man? Straight metallic man grunted, glanced at the fish and turned to leave. You run fast. You're so ugly but you still came out at night to scare people, the fish said unhappily. Xiqi was helpless. Stop scolding me. I don't even have any friends left. The fish clicked its tongue. What friends? They're just weak creatures that live in groups. With Lord Fish here I can guarantee that you'll stand at the peak of the universe in the future. Trash like that wouldn't even dare to look at you. Xiqi sighed. Xianxia sat alone on the plains. He had been searching for a whole day but he had not been able to find a single source box. Although he was already used to being weaker than others when it came to lock breaking, this feeling was still quite uncomfortable. If his elder brother was here, then he would definitely be able to easily find a source box. It was really difficult to make up for the difference in talent between people. Deng Pu appeared in the sky and landed not far from Xianxia. He said in a low voice, "Please make way." Xianxia raised his eyes and recognized the person in front of him as Deng Pu, Saul's disciple. However, this person probably didn't recognize him. I'll say it again. Make way. Deng Pu's tone was unpleasant. In the Hall of Insight, Saul straightened his back, but his expression was ugly. This idiot had actually provoked Xianxia. Phelan's expression also changed. Not good, this idiot had provoked Xianxia of all people. This was going to be troublesome. Everyone else was watching this scene unfold. Xianxia did not attack Deng Pu as he was very curious as to why Deng Pu had come here. Was there a source box here? Xianxia had clearly used his star energy to sweep the area over and over again, but he hadn't been able to find a source box. Deng Pu saw Xianxia move aside, but he didn't seem to mind. He walked over to where Xianxia had been sitting and pressed a hand against the ground. There was a boom and the ground shattered. This was followed by a series of explosions until the crater was more than 10 meters wide. Only then was a box revealed. Xianxia was shocked. There really was a source box here and it had been right under his butt but he hadn't even noticed it. How had this person discovered it? Xianxia asked himself. Although he hadn't comprehended a domain and didn't have any battle techniques that could help him unlock a source box, he still had a lock-breaking tool and his control of star energy was decent. He hadn't noticed it at such a close distance but this person had. Wasn't the difference a little too great? Within the Hall of Insight, Phelan glanced at Saul. This source box was definitely not something that Deng Pu could discover as it had been buried too deep. Even Xianxia hadn't been able to discover it at such a close distance. But Deng Pu had been able to find it so quickly. This was cheating. Saul was unscrupulous in order to obtain true insight. Saul's expression was calm as if he didn't know anything. Deng Pu picked up the source box and prepared to leave, but he was blocked by Xianxia. You want to steal it? Deng Pu asked coldly as he looked at Xianxia. Only then did he see this person clearly. He had been too focused on locating the source box. Why does this person look so familiar? How did you find it? Xianxia asked as he was truly curious. Someone had taken something right under his butt so no matter how good his temper was he couldn't take it. Deng Pu's tone was cold. It's none of your business. Move aside. Xianxia did not move. Deng Pu's eyes were sharp and it seemed like he was about to attack. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul leaned forward and his lips moved imperceptibly. Deng Pu's expression suddenly changed and he looked at Xianxia fearfully. I remember now. You're Master Wuxing's little brother. How did you discover this source box? Xianxia asked again. Deng Pu's eyes flickered. It's my ability. Xianxia frowned and continued to stare at Deng Pu until the former felt a chill run down his spine. Then Deng Pu put down the box. You want it? Here. He then left without looking back. Xianxia was stunned as he hadn't expected Deng Pu to leave so easily. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul sighed. Phelan glanced at Saul and then looked down. This Deng Pu was quite smart. If he had clashed with Xianxia, then he would have been finished. Now that he had given up on the source box, if Xianxia still wanted to attack him, then Saul would have an excuse to interfere. In the end, Xianxia did not attack Deng Pu. Instead he opened the box and looked at the rectangular source box. His face lit up with joy and he began to unlock the source box. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he loved lock breaking. This process gave him the thrill of exploring the universe. The reason why Cai Jianxiang had been able to become a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was not because he had unlocked perceptive intermediate source boxes, but rather because he had relied on sheer numbers. Cai Jianxiang had unlocked many discerning elementary source boxes before finally reaching the perceptive intermediate level by unlocking a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. That perceptive intermediate source box had taken Cai Jianxiang dozens of hours to unlock, and most people would not have been able to withstand it. Lu Yin's talent in lock breaking was very poor. Even this discerning elementary source box in front of him, which was only a 2-star source box, had taken him a full 8 hours to unlock it. Even though he hadn't obtained anything, he was still very satisfied. After successfully unlocking the source box, Cai Jianxiang felt that he should not waste any more time searching for source boxes. Otherwise, when the time was up, he might be eliminated. A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker being eliminated would be so embarrassing that he would be thrown into the Neoverse. Thus, Cai Jianxiang decided to snatch the source box since he had tasted the sweetness of success. He looked up and saw that Ku Wei was still wandering around, fishing with a box on his head. The other 2 source boxes had probably already been unlocked. Cai Jianxiang leapt up and reached out to grab Ku Wei. Berserk star energy swept out in all directions, and even the Hall of Insight trembled slightly, shocking everyone present. Lu Yin looked up and saw boundless rune lines crushing towards Ku Wei. His eyes lit up. "You've really managed to lure that person out." Ku Wei was startled and he felt a sense of crisis. He saw Cai Jianxiang's hand coming towards him and he tapped out with a finger. His force field appeared at the same time, transforming into a giant finger zen that fiercely pressed down. The 2 sides collided in the air, causing the void to distort as a gale swept out in all directions. The 4 towering trees swayed and countless people felt their scalps go numb. Ku Wei was forced back by Cai Jianxiang's attack and he was shocked. Where did this lunatic come from? Cai Jianxiang's gaze was cold. "Hand over the source boxes." "Fine, here you go." Ku Wei tossed the box to Cai Jianxiang without hesitation and then turned to flee. He was even more decisive than Deng Pu. That previous attack had allowed Ku Wei to experience just how terrifying this person was. His finger zen had been completely useless against this person, and that berserk aura caused a chill to run down Ku Wei's spine. Cai Jianxiang took the box and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that there were source boxes inside. He looked around once more and decided to grab a few more. The people in the Hall of Insight looked at each other, not knowing whether or not they should interfere. Cai Jianxiang's strength was something that no one on Source Peak Planet could suppress aside from Saul and Fiend Li. He was a freak with an abnormal cultivation talent and he was able to suppress those of the same generation, including that generation's youth council member. He had only kept a low profile because he wanted to unlock source boxes. Once someone like this erupted, the consequences would be terrifying. In less than half an hour, Cai Jianxiang had already grabbed 7 source boxes. He completely suppressed everyone with his berserk star energy, and even if someone tried to hide, it was useless. His efficiency was much higher than Ku Wei's, and the last source box was coincidentally taken from Deng Pu as well. Saul could not take this any longer, and his voice rang out in the air above the mountain range. Anyone who obtains a source box but fails to unlock it will receive double the punishment. This rule caused many people to look at Cai Jianxiang on the screen. He seemed to have obtained the most source boxes so far with a total of 7. But could he unlock them? Cai Jianxiang was stunned as this rule seemed to be directed at him. He looked up with an ugly expression on his face. Within the mountain range, Lu Yin could not help but laugh. Saul was becoming more and more shameless in order to help Deng Pu win. There had never been such a rule in the previous lockbreaker competitions. Stealing source boxes was also a skill, and if a lockbreaker could not even protect his own source box, how could he unlock it? But now, no matter who it was, even if they stole all the source boxes in the mountain range, it would be useless. 2 source boxes had been unlocked and 1 had not been unlocked. In the end, his result would be the same as a participant who had not unlocked a source box at all. This rule was very shameless. In the Hall of Insight, Fiend Li frowned, but he did not stop Cai Jianxiang. Cai Jianxiang's strength was a bit excessive compared to the others, so it was reasonable to restrict him. As for the final result, the lockbreaker competition only cared about the champion. The results of the others were not important. Phelan's lips curled up. The more Saul helped Deng Pu, the more miserable he would be in the end. Chapter 690. Outside the mountain range, the crowd was discussing. I think he might even get a higher ranking if he doesn't do anything. There wasn't such a rule before. Why did Vice President Saul suddenly add it? I heard that his disciple was robbed twice by Kai Jianxiang, and he couldn't take it anymore. Kai Jianxiang's face fell, and across from him, Deng Pu's eyes flashed with delight. Give it back to me. It'll only cause your results to drop. He did not believe that Kai Jianxiang could unlock 7 source boxes. Forget 7, he might not even be able to unlock 3 or 4, and that was under the premise that no one was interfering. Kai Jianxiang's gaze swept past Deng Pu and landed on the Serpent Queen who was passing by. He casually tossed a box in front of her. The Serpent Queen was stunned. For me. Kai Jianxiang turned around and tossed 3 boxes in all directions of the mountain range. Clearly he would rather throw them away than give them to Deng Pu. He was not stupid, and this rule had come from Saul. Deng Pu was Saul's disciple, and this rule was meant to help him. Although Kai Jianxiang could not attack Deng Pu for no reason, he could still disgust him. Deng Pu was indeed disgusted, and he glared at Kai Jianxiang before deciding on a direction to go. Somewhere in the mountain range, Lu Yin looked at the boxes that had fallen from the sky. Who had thrown them? They had almost hit him. At this moment, Deng Pu rushed over and unceremoniously slapped Lu Yin. Get lost. Lu Yin frowned and kicked out. There was a thump and Deng Pu was sent flying. He had not been on guard against Lu Yin since he was just an explorer, and he had not expected disaster to strike so suddenly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as the scenery around him rapidly receded, and he crashed into the swamp in a sorry state. Everyone in the Hall of Insight was stunned, as Deng Pu's luck was truly unparalleled. They had all seen this person's battle with Ku Wei, and he had the strength to escape from Kai Jianxiang. Deng Pu could not compare to him, but he had chosen to provoke this person. Phelan felt strange. First it was Kai Jianxiang and now it was Lu Yin. This Deng Pu could not be so unlucky, right? She hoped that he would successfully become the champion, or else her plan would not be perfect. Many people were cheering for Deng Pu, but he himself was stunned. He had been sent flying before he could even react. That kick had been both ruthless and accurate, and he did not even have the courage to look for trouble. Wasn't the Immerse? How could there be so many ruthless people? 7th bro, that seemed to be Deng Pu, the monkey reminded him. Are you sure? Lu Yin put away the box and was taken aback by her words. Are you sure? You didn't even look after beating someone up? I forgot. He's just a passerby with the strength of a cruiser. His body is quite sturdy, so that kick shouldn't be too much of a problem. Since it's Deng Pu, let's hope that it doesn't hinder him from becoming the champion. 7th bro, now that he's crippled you can take his place, hee. Lu Yin was helpless. Have you forgotten about that ruthless hunter? Even Ku Wei was scared away. That's right. Hunters are generally at the perceptive intermediate level, so this person has the highest chance of becoming the champion, the monkey muttered. It's impossible for Saul to allow true insight to fall into someone else's hands. Let's just have that hunter block this disaster for us, Lu Yin said. 7th bro, I think that you should still fight for first place. After all, you don't plan on standing up for Phelan. Once Saul is defeated by Phelan and the others, you'll have to fight for the source box, the monkey said. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but Phelan represented the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Although there weren't many members in this organization, their influence was great. If he offended the entire Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, then it wouldn't be good for him in the future. Now that a hunter had become a thorn in Saul's side, he would definitely be targeted. Lu Yin wasn't a threat to Deng Pu at all, so he still had a chance to fight for the champion's position. Outside the mountain range, screens were floating all over Source Peak Planet, allowing everyone to watch the Lockbreaker competition. Within a manor that was surrounded by mountains and rivers, Wei Exia was eating something with an unhappy expression. Her eyes were glued to a screen and she occasionally crunched the food in her mouth. Not far away, Wei Rong laughed. Exen, come over to me. No, you're angry. Wei Exen snorted. Wei Rong was helpless. You haven't even tried lock breaking, so it's too early for you to participate in the competition. I promise you that I'll let you participate in the next lockbreaker competition. It'll only be 10 years. Wei Exen glared at Wei Rong. 10 years. Do you know what 10 years means to a woman? You're a girl and you're still young. Don't call me young. But you're not even 20 yet. I'm an adult and I can make decisions for my own life. Fine. Even if I agree to let you participate, you won't be able to enter. The competition has already started a day ago. Wei Rong smiled. Wei Exen gritted her teeth and snorted again before running away. She didn't want to be with this bad guy. Wei Rong's expression calmed down as he watched Wei Exen leave. He then looked at Deng Pu's image on the screen. Keep a close eye on him. He'll definitely be the champion this year, and true insight cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Behind him, a cultivator softly acknowledged the order. How are their preparations going? Wei Rong asked. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for him to make a move at the last moment. That person is also troublesome. He can rely on external items to remain undefeated in a battle between enlighters. Phelan, that stupid woman, actually wanted to use him and she only told us about him in the end. She's extremely foolish. Pass down the order to avoid him as much as possible. What if he gets in our way? Let Phelan negotiate with him. If it really doesn't work. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. It's settled. Understood. Within the forest hotel, Angie stood at the top of a tall tree and watched the screen. Amu was behind her. This planet is too advantageous for our battle. Warn the people below to not expose our identities as long as we achieve our goal. Yes, young master, Amu softly acknowledged. He looked up and coincidentally saw Lu Yin's image appear on the screen. Amu had seen Lu Yin's disguise and recognized him. He looked worried as Lu Yin's existence was a variable. On Source Peak Planet Space Station, inside an Endless Borders spacecraft, many cultivators were dressed in uniform battle uniforms without any insignias. They were all mercenaries from Aegis, which meant that they were independent cultivators. Although they were independent cultivators, their discipline was strict as they had been trained by Aegis. The spectators on Source Peak Planet did not know that a disaster was about to befall them. Another day passed, and Lu Yin had unlocked 5 source boxes in the mountain range. Each one took him an average of 3 hours and most of his time was spent searching for the source boxes. Although there were thousands of lock breakers scattered throughout the mountain range, very few were actually able to find any source boxes. Furthermore, Ku Wei and the others had fought over them, so most of the source boxes were concentrated in the hands of the top few. Most people did not even have a single source box, let alone unlock one. Lu Yin himself had 2 source boxes, but he had also fought over them. Lu Yin did not know if unlocking 5 source boxes was considered good or bad. There was still one last day and Deng Pu, Shiqi and the others should have hidden themselves and focused on lock-breaking. With their perceptive intermediate abilities, their lock-breaking speed should not be any slower than Lu Yin's, and their results should be quite good. However, with Lu Yin's results he would definitely be able to pass the first round. He just did not know what his ranking would be. Kai Jinxiang tiredly walked out from underground. He had just finished unlocking his second source box, and it had taken him 9 hours to unlock it. It had only been a discerning elementary source box and his lock-breaking ability was too weak. He was confident that he could unlock many source boxes, but that would take time and right now he lacked time. There should not be many people slower than him and Kai Jinxiang frowned as he looked around. It should not be a problem for him to pass the first round, but if he wanted to become the champion his results would be too poor. After muttering to himself for a long time, he suddenly looked up with a resolute gaze. He was sorry, everyone. Although it went against his conscience, he had to do this for true insight. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul looked down in satisfaction. Deng Pu had already unlocked 7 source boxes, and his efforts in pointing out the locations of the source boxes had not been in vain. If not for Kai Jinxiang causing trouble midway, Deng Pu would have unlocked even more source boxes. Not bad, not bad. That kid's lock-breaking speed isn't slow. His average lock-breaking speed is 3 hours. Saul, he's even faster than your disciple. Fiendly praised as he looked at Lu Yin in the mountain range. Saul's face sank, but he did not say anything. Phelan was astonished as she had not expected Lu Yin's lock-breaking speed to be so fast. This person had not been a lockbreaker for long, but he was already a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. However, his lock-breaking speed was not any slower than that of a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. This kid's talent was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors said. Xianxia isn't bad either. She's already unlocked 4 source boxes and her average lock-breaking speed is 3.5 hours, Yifeng said coldly. There's also that Serpent Queen. Her lock-breaking speed is 4 hours and she's also unlocked 4 source boxes. That Ku Wei has unlocked 5 source boxes, and his average lock-breaking speed is 5 hours. However, this kid took less than 2 hours to unlock 1 source box. He's the fastest out of everyone, Mr. Jun said. If he has such lock-breaking ability, then why doesn't he find his own source boxes? His source boxes are all stolen from others, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker said unhappily, as his disciple had been stolen by Ku Wei. The others did not say anything as stealing was also a skill. Deng Pu had already been robbed twice by Kai Jianxiang, and Saul had no choice but to change the rules. There was only 1 day left, and if nothing unexpected happened, Deng Pu would be the final winner. He still had 3 source boxes in his possession, so he did not need to go out and search for them. The others still needed to search for the source boxes, and if they did, it would be a waste of time. As for Kai Jianxiang, no one mentioned him. Although he was a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, his lockbreaking speed was too slow. If he had not successfully unlocked a perceptive intermediate source box, then the society would not have allowed him to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. This person was a disgrace to many lockbreakers. At this moment, the Hall of Insight suddenly shook. Saul and the others' expressions changed and they looked down. Not good. What is Kai Jianxiang trying to do? Everyone had thought that the day would be very peaceful, and many of them had hidden themselves to lockbreak. However, suddenly surging star energy erupted, causing the mountain range below the Hall of Insight to tremble. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Kai Jianxiang stood high in the sky and forcefully plundered all of the star energy before recklessly bombarding the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. With his ridiculously powerful strength, he was able to crush everyone indiscriminately. Many lockbreakers were in the middle of lockbreaking when they were forcefully interrupted. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Windborn has been out on a business trip and has not even rested during National Day. Once he's done with his work, he will release more chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 691. Everyone could see that this fellow could no longer unlock the source box, so he was not allowing anyone else to do so. Deng Pu spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. That bastard. The Serpent Queen stopped her lock-breaking and looked up at the sky. Fear flashed through her eyes as this person was terrifyingly strong. Ku Wei's lock-breaking had been interrupted, and he had also been viciously stabbed by the source box's killing intent. He grimaced in pain and glared at the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to Kai Jianxiang, whether it was the lock-breakers within the mountain range or those outside. Even the Hall of Insight's viewers and the Outerverse livestream were all looking at him. This was getting interesting as no one would be able to do anything after this. He had originally planned to find 2 source boxes to unlock, but it seemed like there was no need for that. 7th bro, this guy is a real man. He's going against all the other competitors by himself, the monkey praised. Lu Yin smiled. He has the strength to do so. Kai Jianxiang used his strength as a hunter to sweep through everyone, and not a single lockbreaker dared to oppose him. The entire mountain range trembled as he forcefully plundered star energy, making it difficult for anyone to unlock the source box. Deng Pu roared, Kai Jianxiang, this is the lockbreaker competition. We're competing to unlock source boxes, not battle prowess. Kai Jianxiang completely ignored him and the entire mountain range seemed to boil over. Outside, countless people were excited as this was something worth watching. It would be even more exciting if all the other competitors banded together to fight against him. Countless people were waiting for that moment. Xianxia helplessly walked out of the cave as she could no longer unlock the source box. The fish continuously slapped its tail. That's how it should be. Lord Fish admires him. Two-legged beast, go greet him. Xianxia rolled her eyes. She did not want to, as that person was not someone to be trifled with. Lock breakers had a much clearer perception of star energy than ordinary cultivators, and they were naturally more accurate in determining strength. Kai Jianxiang's strength made the other lock breakers unable to resist him. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul was trembling with anger, and he suddenly stood up to intervene. However, he was stopped by Fiendly. This person has not harmed anyone, so you have no right to interfere. Saul growled, "Are we just going to let him ruin the competition? Are we going to make this competition a joke?" Fiendly replied, "So what? As long as it's within the rules, it's fine. You can only blame the other lockbreakers for being too weak. No one can stand up to him." In the previous lockbreaker competitions, more than a single hunter would appear, and they would be able to keep each other in check. But this time, even if all of the other lockbreakers worked together, they still wouldn't be his match. "There's nothing you can do about it," Yifeng said coldly. Phelan smiled bitterly. Given Kai Jianxiang's strength, it would be very difficult to fight against him in any of the previous competitions. He's the synonym of invincibility in the hearts of his generation, and he hasn't shown his true strength yet. Once he gets serious, even the two of us combined might not be able to fight against him. Yifeng didn't retort. This was the truth. A serious Kai Jianxiang was very scary. Saul suppressed his anger and sat down. Phelan glanced at him. Who's to blame? Actually, there were still a few lockbreakers in the Outerverse who had the strength of a hunter, but they had all been eliminated by Saul through improper means in order to pave the way for Deng Pu. Saul had brought this upon himself. Phelan looked at Kai Jianxiang. This person was also a variable, but fortunately he was on opposing sides with Saul. In the Wei family's manor, Wei Rong looked down at Kai Jianxiang's information on his gadget and frowned. There was actually such a troublesome person. The Innerverse evaluation of Kai Jianxiang was that he could challenge those above his realms. He was a hunter, and it seemed like he was at the peak of the hunter realm. Challenging those above his realms meant that he had the strength of an enlighter. This person actually had such terrifying strength. This was going to be troublesome. In outer space, an old man looked at Source Peak Planet with a solemn expression. To Kai Jianxiang, let alone a mountain range, he could even crush the entire Source Peak Planet or even this region of space. There was no one who could resist him. If he wanted no one to be able to lockbreak, then no one would be able to lockbreak. This was his self-confidence. He was not a match for anyone when it came to lockbreaking, but when it came to cultivation it was still the same. No one was a match for him. The final day of the lockbreaker competition completely changed, and it became Kai Jianxiang's one-man show. Deng Pu, Ku Wei, and a few others who had stocked up on source boxes in preparation for the final day were rather unlucky. The others were fine as their results had been fixed, and they treated it as if the competition had ended a day earlier. The day passed very quickly, and just as the competition was about to end, Deng Pu helplessly threw away all three of his source boxes, as keeping them would only increase his punishment. Ku Wei and Xianxia did the same. Lu Yin, on the other hand, did not have any extra source boxes. After the competition ended, Phelan announced that less than 50 lockbreakers had passed the first round. Many lockbreakers protested as they had spent 2 days searching for source boxes in preparation for lockbreaking on the final day, but in the end they had accomplished nothing. Unfortunately, their protests were futile. Kai Jianxiang passed as he had lockbroken 2 source boxes. His results were not bad. Out of everyone, the one with the best results was Deng Pu, who had unlocked a total of 7 source boxes. Next were Lu Yin and Ku Wei, who had both unlocked 5 source boxes. Below them were Xianxia, Serpent Queen, and 2 other discerning elementary lockbreakers, who had each unlocked 4 source boxes. Kai Jianxiang had used his tyrannical strength to push his results to the upper middle tier, and he was already satisfied, even though he had attracted quite a bit of hatred. The second round of the lockbreaker competition was still held in the same mountain range. The eliminated lockbreakers all left, and the mountain range trembled as a depression appeared in the center. The people who had passed stood around and looked on curiously. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul looked around. The second round will be a comparison of how well one can evade and defend against danger. Everyone should know that lockbreakers face far more dangers than cultivators, as any single sourcebox can bring about fatal danger. The ability to evade and defend against danger is especially important to lockbreakers. Now then, who is willing to participate in the second round? Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Mr. Jun spoke up. I think that it's better to ask the vice president to personally participate. Saul waved his hand and smiled. In the last lockbreaker competition held in the Immerse, I was the one who participated in the second round. This time it's everyone's turn. He then looked at Fiendly. Brotherly, do you want to try? Fiendly replied, no need. Saul then looked at Mr. Jun. What about Mr. Jun? Do you want to give it a try? Mr. Jun was thinking about it when Yifeng suddenly spoke up. This year's lockbreaker competition has seen a lot of bloodshed, and the atmosphere is a bit tense. I think that it's more appropriate to ask Phelan to participate. The others agreed. Phelan was the only woman present, and she was as gentle as water. Everyone had a good impression of her. Saul's expression changed and he looked at Phelan with a smile. Mentor Phelan, do you want to give it a try? Phelan smiled. Since Mentor Yifeng has said so, there's no harm in trying. Saul forced a smile. Then please. Phelan stood up and took a step forward. Her body disappeared and she quickly reappeared in the sky above the mountain range. She scanned the remaining participants and gently said, the second round will be a competition of evasion and defense against danger. Participants, please enter the crater and I will attack you. If you can't withstand the attacks, you may leave the crater, but you will be eliminated. Many of the remaining participants relaxed when they saw that it was Mentor Phelan, as she had a good reputation within the Lockbreaker Society. Tongmia was the first to jump in, followed by Deng Pu, Kai Jianxiang and the rest. Lu Yin and Phelan looked at each other before entering as well. The crater was very large, but it still seemed rather small when dozens of people entered at the same time. Phelan stood high in the sky. Are you all ready? I'm about to begin. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Phelan in the sky. Suddenly, there was a howl as a lockbreaker's face was torn apart. He covered his face as he squatted on the ground, fresh blood flowing through the gaps between his fingers. Soon after, there was an endless stream of screams. Phelan's domain had already enveloped the area, and it swept out like a formless wave of killing intent that attacked all of the participants. Not only was she a 3-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, but she was also a hunter. Unlike Kai Jianxiang, who could cause the mountain range to boil with star energy, Phelan's control of star energy could be described as silent and subtle. Even lockbreakers would find it difficult to detect her killing intent. Her control of star energy had already surpassed the Cloudwalker realm, and it was very likely that she had already reached the Heavenly Intelligence realm. If he ignored the rune lines and relied solely on his domain, he would only be able to detect her attacks the moment they were about to hit him. Only with the serious art and his domain fully activated would he be able to detect the killing intent a step earlier. Phelan's attacks were random and they covered the entire crater. Although they were not very powerful, they were formless and frequent. Many people had already been forced to retreat, their flesh lacerated. You should all be aware of the dangers that lockbreakers face. If I go easy on you, then you might misjudge the danger of the source boxes and die. That's why I won't hold back this round. Everyone take care of yourselves. Phelan's gentle voice rang out in everyone's ears. Within the crater, Lu Yin was very relaxed. He could see the rune lines and none of the killing intent could reach him. He could easily avoid them. Shichi was also able to avoid it easily. Shi Kuwei and most of the other lockbreakers relied on their perception of star energy to detect the killing intent in advance. Of course, they also had lockbreaking tools. Kai Jianxiang stood in place without moving as Phelan's attacks posed no threat to him. As for Deng Pu, very few attacks were directed at him and he was like an outsider. This scene was noticed by many, and they all began to talk about how Phelan was being biased. Saul frowned. He had hoped that Deng Pu would become the champion, but he had not allowed Phelan to be so blatantly biased. When had Phelan become so tactful? Deng Pu himself was at a loss. Had his luck changed for the better? Everyone be careful. I'm about to get serious, Phelan said. The next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the area. This was a domain and many of the competitors were instantly crushed. The void distorted as faint cracks extended outwards. Everyone in the crater was under Phelan's control. Lu Yin could feel the pressure that Phelan was under, as he could only rely on his universal armor to fight against hunters. If he had to rely on his own abilities to fight against a hunter, he would be able to do so, but it would not be easy. This was especially true against a powerful lockbreaker like Phelan, who was just like Mr. June. His star energy attacks would be directly unlocked. One competitor after another collapsed or left. There were still a dozen or so people left in the crater, and even the weakest of them was a 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker. It had only taken 2 rounds of the competition to reduce the number of participants from over 1,000 to a dozen. Chapter 692. This was the lockbreaker competition. Even if the inner verse and outer verse were separated, it was still very difficult to win the competition. Any lockbreaker with a single star level was an honored guest of the various great powers, and so many had been eliminated. Not long after, Phelan's rune lines disappeared from Lu Yin's vision, and the second round ended. It had been quick, but it had been cruel. Many people had been eliminated and only 16 participants remained. Of these people, the one who had the easiest time was not Kai Jianxiang but Deng Pu. He had not been attacked at all, which made many people unhappy. Many people even started to spread rumors that this year's champion had already been decided. Even the Hall of Insight had heard the rumors, and Saul's expression turned ugly. It was obvious that someone had intentionally spread the news, or else it would not have reached the Hall of Insight in such a short time. When Phelan returned to the Hall of Insight, Saul wanted to say something, but he could not bring himself to do so. After all, Phelan had appeared to be helping him, and he could not afford to offend too many people if he wanted to become the Lockbreaker Society's president. Mr. June was puzzled. Was Phelan also one of Saul's people? So then she was too brainless. The third round's location was changed to an altar that was thousands of kilometers away from the Hall of Insight. Whenever there was a major event, countless people from Source Peak Planet would gather at the altar. Source Peak Planet had been the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters since ancient times, and major events were usually related to the Lockbreaker Society. Over time, this place had become a place for lockbreakers to offer sacrifices. No one knew when it had started, but many lockbreakers who wanted to unlock source boxes would first come to the altar to pray. At this moment, there were 16 source boxes of various sizes placed on the altar. Countless people had gathered around the altar and were waiting excitedly. This was the location of the third round, and it was a true test of lock breaking. The 16 participants would draw lots to correspond to the source boxes on the altar. The source boxes were not of the same grade, and there could be perceptive intermediate source boxes, discerning elementary source boxes, or even boundless advanced source boxes. Luck was something that lockbreakers could not lack, and the upper echelons of the Lockbreaker Society valued luck more than their own strength. The third round tested both one's lock-breaking ability and their luck. Saul and the others all arrived at the altar while Lu Yin and the others waited below. Not long after, Yi Feng descended and raised his hand. Everyone pick one. Everyone chose randomly as they had no idea what the source boxes were like and they had no way of competing for them. Lu Yin had received lot number 5 was the box source box was neither too big nor too small was it too big. Everyone else looked at the altar. One person's face immediately darkened. He had drawn lot number 12, and the source box corresponding to lot 12 was dozens of meters tall, which was rather eye-catching. Although a source box's rank wasn't determined by its size, the larger the source box, the greater the amount of energy it contained. This was a given. If 2 source boxes of the same rank were to compare their sizes, then the one with the bigger source box would definitely be at a disadvantage. Many people looked at him with schadenfreude. Even Ku Wei laughed out loud and the man glared at Ku Wei. His eyes were filled with apprehension, and he could only hope that the source box inside the box was only a discerning elementary source box. Ha, an unlucky bastard. The fish shouted loudly and slapped its tail. Shi-Chi hurriedly apologized to that person. The fish was displeased. Why are you apologizing to him? He's just an unlucky bastard. He'll die on the path of lock-breaking sooner or later. The man was furious. Shut up. The fish stood up and arrogantly raised its fins. What? You want to fight one-on-one? Come on, those words were taught to me by that guy. Fight him one-on-one if you have the ability. As it spoke, it pointed its fins at Ku Wei. Ku Wei blinked. What did it have to do with him? This fish was too vengeful. The man snorted, but he did not say anything. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This fish was still as despicable as ever. Seventh bro, this monkey wants to drink fish soup, the monkey said in a sinister tone. If the monkey could act, Lu Yin did not doubt that the monkey would have stewed the fish. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome fish before? A bunch of ugly two-legged beasts. The fish jumped around on Shiqi's head as if it was giving out pointers. Shiqi was helpless, but she was already used to it. Oh, there's another familiar face. Hey, two-legged beast, why aren't you greeting Lord Fish when you see him? The fish stared at Lu Yin and continuously slapped its tail. Lu Yin's mouth twitched as he had been recognized. Seventh bro, let this monkey stew him. I want to drink fish soup. The monkey was furious as he could not control his temper whenever he faced a fish. Atop the altar, Phelan's eyes flashed and she immediately stood up. Alright, stop arguing. Those who have drawn lots, please take your places. I'll allow you to rest until tomorrow morning and recharge your energy. Lock breaking is limited to 24 hours. Of course, you can also lock break right now, but in any case the 24 hours will start tomorrow morning. Lu Yin hurriedly rushed up the altar and arrived next to sourcebox number 5. The others followed suit one after another. Shiqi was rather far away from him, and as more and more people opened their boxes, the fish no longer had the time to pay attention to him. Lu Yin relaxed. He had used his domain to change his appearance, and even Saul had not been able to see through his disguise. That fish had actually been able to see through his disguise, which was quite peculiar. It was no wonder why Shiqi had been able to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker with its help. Before Lu Yin could even open the box, a lockbreaker to his right screamed as the box shattered into pieces. The sound of an astral beast galloping about shook the altar, and a somber aura followed. Everyone looked over and saw a strange astral beast phantom condense in the air. Its body had more than 10 heads and it raised its head and roared. Yi Feng immediately appeared on the altar and reached out with a single palm. The astral beast phantom let out an even more intense roar before dissipating with a bang. Yi Feng took out another box and sealed the source box before announcing that the lockbreaker had been eliminated. He then left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The danger from the source box had not been very strong, and it only had the power level of a cruiser. Unfortunately, that lockbreaker was only an explorer with very little battle experience, which was why he had been so easily eliminated. If it had been Lu Yin himself, he would have been able to easily disperse the danger. Unfortunately, that source box was only a 4 stars discerning elementary source box, so it was not difficult to unlock. He looked at the others and saw that quite a few had already opened their boxes. Aside from the unlucky person to his right, the others were doing fine. Only one person was a discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he had encountered a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Fortunately, there was no danger from the source box, so that person could try to unlock it. In the distance, the man who had drawn the largest source box was apprehensive for a moment, but then he resigned himself to his fate and opened his box. Countless people were attracted to him as his box was simply too large to the point that it made them panic. Shiqi was also staring at him. When the box was opened, the source box was revealed. Countless people looked over nervously, but what they saw was not the enormous source box that they had imagined. Instead, it was a strange stone source box that was only the size of a palm. Everyone was stunned. That person was stunned as well. What was this? The disparity was too great, and if one did not look carefully, they would not even be able to see the source box. It was too small. Who would place such a small source box in such a large box? In the distance, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker calmly said, "Because there was a shortage of spiritual thread boxes, we could only store it this way." Everyone who heard him had the urge to beat him up. Why didn't you just change to a smaller box? The other boxes were barely able to hold the source box. Yet you had placed such a small source box in such a large box? You could have stuffed a few hundred source boxes in there. The contestant almost went limp as he had actually wanted to give up. Fortunately, he had not. Such a small source box would be easy to unlock, and his mood had dropped so much that he had not carefully observed the source box. In his ecstasy he had jumped into the box and tried to take the source box out, but he had been sent flying. A hurricane had appeared from within the box and swept him away. Although the hurricane's range was small, it had caused the void to crack, and it had surpassed a hunter's strength. Yifeng covered the box once again. Eliminated. Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? Many people could not react in time. That guy had probably been tricked. That source box was small, but it was definitely troublesome. Any source box that contained the strength of a predecessor was not simple. The fish on Xiqi's head happily slapped its tail. Idiot, idiot, ha! Deng Pu watched coldly from the side. That guy was just a piece of trash who could not even recognize a 5-star perceptive intermediate source box. That guy had definitely been tricked, and many people looked at him sympathetically. Unfortunately, he had already fainted and his injuries were not light. At the side of the altar, Tongmere waved his hand and opened the box. Everyone looked over as a vast fluctuation swept out, causing the void to distort and even create illusions. When he saw this, Tongmere did not hesitate to jump off the altar and give up. This was a boundless advanced source box. Fiendly nodded in satisfaction. To be able to discover the level of a source box immediately and make the correct judgment, Phelan, your disciple is not bad. Phelan smiled. Thank you for your praise, senior. Lu Yin looked at the box in front of him, but he was not in a hurry to open it. There were still half of the people on the altar who had not opened their boxes. It was not that they did not dare to, but rather that there was no need for them to do so. To them, it would only take them less than 20 hours to successfully unlock a source box, and if they took more than 20 hours, they would not be able to unlock it. Thus, there was no need for them to do so now. These people had a clear understanding of their own abilities. Of course, there were also those who were more anxious, and Tongmere was one of them. However, Lu Yin felt that Tongmere had long since decided to give up on the competition. Everyone was facing the source box on the altar. 4 people had already been eliminated and there were only 12 left. 5 of them had already begun to unlock the source box, while the remaining 7 had yet to open their boxes. They were all rather calm, but that did not include the fish. Xiqi did not open her box and the fish on her head kept urging her to do so. There's no rush. 20 hours is enough. I'm tired and I need to rest, Xiqi said. Hurry up and open it for Lord Fish. Lord Fish is very curious. No, I need to rest. Just rest. Isn't it the same whether you open it or not? Oh, my heart is itching. Two-legged beast, have you not tasted Lord Fish's power in a long time? I'm really tired. Xiqi was helpless. On the other side of Xiqi, Ku Wei smiled and waved. Hey fish, come to Brother Wei. Brother Wei will open it for you. The fish glared at Ku Wei. Two-legged beast, just you wait. Lord Fish is not done with you. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Ku Wei smiled happily. Good. Right, I have a question for you. Do you like chili powder? The fish was furious and it slapped its tail even harder. Xiqi was in pain and she looked pitifully at Ku Wei. Stop talking. Ku Wei laughed. In the distance, Deng Pu frowned. What a bunch of idiots. Chapter 693. Kai Jinqiang stared seriously at the source box and then at Deng Pu and the others. He took a deep breath as he was different from these people. He needed a lot of time to unlock and he could not afford to wait. He waved his hand and the box opened. Everyone looked over with expectant gazes and many cursed, hoping that Kai Jinqiang would draw a boundless advanced source box. When the box opened, Kai Jinqiang looked over and relaxed. 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Great, his luck was not bad. Many felt that it was a pity as Kai Jinqiang was a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he had drawn a source box that corresponded to his level. Saul and the others did not care. With Kai Jinqiang's lock-breaking ability, even a discerning elementary source box would take him more than 24 hours to unlock, let alone a perceptive intermediate source box. This person was not a threat at all. Deng Pu did not even look at Kai Jinqiang as he had never taken Kai Jinqiang seriously. Kai Jinqiang began to unlock the source box. His lock-breaking method was simple and crude as if he was fighting. He seemed to be forcefully breaking down solid energy and his actions were crude. Many people were stunned. Could this even be considered lock-breaking? Even Lu Yin was stunned. Kai Jianxiang's actions were like a boorish man holding a pen. This person's lock-breaking ability was very unique. Was this his style or was it just an act? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Had Kai Jianxiang's lock-breaking method already returned to its original state? As he listened to the discussions around him, Lu Yin's expression became more and more interesting. So this was the case. A lock-breaking trash and a cultivation genius. There was actually such a person. He turned away and did not look, as this person was not a threat. At this point, there were only 6 people who had yet to open their boxes. The night quickly passed and the next day the sky gradually brightened. 2 of the participating lock breakers opened their boxes at the same time, but both were unlucky enough to find source boxes that far exceeded their abilities. One of them was the Serpent Queen, who had unluckily found a boundless advanced source box. Xianxia finally opened the box under the fish's constant urging. It was a 2-star perceptive intermediate source box. Xianxia grimaced as she had never unlocked a 2-star perceptive intermediate source box before. Come on, lock breaking. Lord Fish will teach you. Hurry up, 2-legged beast. The fish was very impatient. Xianxia acknowledged and then began to attempt to unlock the seal. She instantly unleashed her domain, causing star energy to flow out like water. This was the Cloudwalk realm, which made Lu Yin envious since he was only in the subtle realm. With that in mind, Lu Yin did not wait any longer and opened his case as well. What he saw was a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Many people rejoiced in Lu Yin's misfortune, as a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who had encountered a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box would definitely be eliminated. However, Lu Yin himself heaved a sigh of relief. A 1-star perceptive intermediate source box? It wasn't as if he hadn't done any lock-breaking before. Brother, just give up. You're just doing free work for the society. Ku Wei's voice sounded out, and he looked at Lu Yin with a smug expression. He had always paid attention to Lu Yin as there were very few people who could block his attacks within the same realm as him. Lu Yin smiled at him. Take care of yourself first. Open the box and take a look. Who knows, it might be a boundless advanced source box. Ku Wei curled his lips and casually opened the box. Everyone was stunned. It was actually a 1-star perceptive intermediate. Lu Yin smiled. You seem to be the same as me. Ku Wei's lips curled up. Then let's compete and see who can successfully unlock the source box and become the champion. At the same time, we can also become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Alright, Lu Yin agreed. In the distance, Deng Pu disdainfully opened his case. He had already known what source box was inside, and as expected, it was a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Deng Pu himself was a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, so it would not be too difficult. He would definitely win this competition in 8 hours at most. Straight Metallic Man walked off the altar and opened his case as well. It was a weapon-shaped source box, and he had only unlocked source boxes that were found within metals. This source box did not have the aura of metal, so he gave up. Thus, there were only 9 competitors left on the altar. The 9 began to unlock their lockbreakers, and each of them had their own methods. Xianxia and Deng Pu both took out their lockbreaking tools, and Kai Jianxiang did the same. It was a pair of glasses that looked similar to Casanova's sunglasses. Lu Yin also took out his lock-breaking tool, and his subtle realm control of star energy continuously broke down solid energy. The last time he had unlocked a perceptive intermediate source box, it had taken him 32 hours, and he had immediately fainted after unlocking it. That experience was painful to even think about, but it had greatly improved his lock-breaking ability. Now that he was unlocking another perceptive intermediate source box, although there was more danger, it was not much of a threat. Lu Yin estimated that he would be able to unlock it in 15 hours at most. Everyone on Source Peak Planet stared at the altar. The Wei family, Angie, Aegis, Endless Borders, and the others were all very quiet as they waited for the final moment. That moment was not far away. 5 hours passed and the 9 competitors were still unlocking their source boxes. However, some of them were calm while others were in pain. Kai Jianxiang was undoubtedly in the most pain. He had started earlier than the others, but his speed was clearly slower. Thus, he took out his second lock-breaking tool, which was something that looked like an antenna that was attached to his head. Many people were stunned when they saw this. Lu Yin inadvertently glanced at it and was also speechless. However, this person was indeed Master Wuxing's younger brother. He actually had 2 lock-breaking tools while Lu Yin had only obtained 1 so far. However, Lu Yin's thinking was too simple. Kai Jinxiang slowly took out his 3rd lock-breaking tool under everyone's astonished gazes. At this moment, even Saul, Fiendly, and the others were stunned. 3 lock-breaking tools? That was too much. How crazy is this guy when it comes to lock-breaking? He actually has 3 lock-breaking tools, the crowd below the altar discussed. Could Master Wuxing have given them to him? That's impossible. I heard that Master Wuxing only has 1. He's crazy. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? He's thinking too much. Who would dare to rob him unless an enlighter intervened? Don't forget that he's also a lock-breaker. Touching him is equivalent to touching the entire lock-breaker society. With the support of the 3 lock-breaking tools, Kai Jinxiang's speed increased slightly, but only slightly. Lu Yin felt that the 3 lock-breaking tools were not worth it. Another 2 hours quickly passed. Lu Yin glanced at Deng Pu and saw that he was delighted. The number of rune lines on the source box was already very low, which meant that Deng Pu was about to succeed. This would not do. The original plan had indeed been for Deng Pu to win, but since Lu Yin did not want to be the first to do so, it would be better for him to take first place. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to compete for true insight. This was the final round and Lu Yin was not worried that Saul would target him. As he thought about this, Lu Yin suddenly released his domain to suppress Deng Pu. It swept out like a gale and the unprepared Deng Pu was almost sent flying. Deng Pu was furious and he glared at Lu Yin. Despicable. In the distance, Saul stood up. Despicable. Immediately disqualify him. Phelan's brows rose as she had not expected Lu Yin to do such a thing. Hadn't they agreed to let Deng Pu win? Saul, don't be anxious. The 3rd round's rules did not mention that we cannot affect the other participants. Are you saying that the entire universe cannot affect you when you're lock-breaking? This is a hurdle that lock-breakers must overcome, Fiendly said. Saul's expression turned ugly as he obviously knew that in previous lock-breaking competitions, situations had often occurred in the 3rd round where participants affected their opponents while they were lock-breaking. However, this year was different as Deng Pu was his disciple. That person was courting death by doing such a thing. Deng Pu glared at Lu Yin. Don't make a mistake or else you won't be able to leave Source Peak Planet. Lu Yin sneered. You're about to succeed. If you don't act now, it'll be too late. What? He's about to succeed? That won't do. Ku Wei's voice rang out and he then used his domain to crush Deng Pu. Deng Pu almost spat out blood. These 2 bastards. At that moment, a storm surged around them and the star energy suddenly went berserk. Everyone looked at Kai Jinxiang and saw that he was looking at Deng Pu with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Was Kai Jinxiang trying to eliminate Deng Pu? That wouldn't do either. If Deng Pu was eliminated, then who would have a reason to cause trouble for Saul? Lu Yin's lips twitched as he thought about it. In the distance, Ku Wei's expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin. The 2 of them smiled and then simultaneously released their force fields. A towering tree and a finger tap simultaneously blasted towards Kai Jinxiang. Kai Jinxiang was stunned as he had not expected the 2 of them to attack him at the same time. He would not have cared if they had been ordinary explorers, but Lu Yin and Ku Wei both had the strength to contend with hunters. No matter how powerful Kai Jinxiang was, he had not been able to defend himself against the force fields while lock-breaking. Not only had his lock-breaking been interrupted, but he had also been knocked off the altar by the 2 force fields. The change had happened too quickly, and no one had expected the 2 of them to work together to eliminate Kai Jinxiang. Deng Pu had not expected this as he had thought that he was done for. Saul relaxed as Kai Jinxiang was not a threat when it came to lock-breaking, but if he had shamelessly affected the other lock-breakers, then the final outcome would have been difficult to predict. Kai Jinxiang stood below the altar and looked up at Lu Yin. He then looked at Ku Wei but he did not cause any trouble. Instead he silently put away his 3 lock-breaking tools, leaped up and tore through the void to leave Source Peak Planet. Lu Yin and Ku Wei relaxed as Kai Jinxiang had been their greatest threat. Now that he was gone, the others would be much easier to deal with. The 2 of them simultaneously attacked the people around them, using their force fields to bombard them. Soon one contestant after another fell off the altar. Even Xianxia had given up and been eliminated. What surprised Lu Yin was that Deng Pu had actually managed to block their force fields. Deng Pu's face was gloomy. Although he did not have a force field, his domain was very solid, and his star energy had also reached the Cloudwalker realm. Under the precondition that he had been prepared, he had used the strength of a cruiser's combined domain to forcefully block Lu Yin and Ku Wei's force field attacks while he continued lock-breaking. "Which one of you has the confidence to eliminate me?" Deng Pu asked with difficulty as he could not hold on any longer. Lu Yin and Ku Wei paused at the same time. That's right, if Deng Pu was eliminated, then the two of them would have to face each other directly. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei's sourcebox and then at his own. Their lock-breaking speeds were about the same, but he found it strange. Not only did he have his own domain and lock-breaking tools, but he also had the serious art in his modified eyes. Even so, he still could not suppress Ku Wei. Was this guy really someone from the Seven Courts? If that was the case, then he would not be easy to deal with. Lu Yin was afraid of Ku Wei and Ku Wei was similarly afraid of Lu Yin. Neither of them had any intentions of directly facing each other, so they had not chased Deng Pu away for the time being. Phelan continuously transmitted her voice to Lu Yin, telling him not to deal with Deng Pu and to let Deng Pu win. Chapter 694. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking Deng Pu unless he was confident that he could defeat Ku Wei. Otherwise, even if he defeated Deng Pu, he would not be able to win and it would be a waste of effort. Deng Pu sighed in relief. These two freaks were just explorers, but they were much stronger than him. Their auras made him feel suffocated. Although Deng Pu had not been kicked away, he could not peacefully unlock the source box either. The three of them kept each other in check, and whoever was faster would be dealt with by the other two. In any case, no one would be able to succeed first. In the end, all three successfully unlocked their source boxes after 19 hours. Lu Yin had obtained a piece of metal from his source box that he did not recognize, and neither did the monkey. Deng Pu's source box contained nothing. Ku Wei's source box contained a broken weapon, but unfortunately, it turned to dust the moment it came into contact with the air. Out of the 16 participants, only 3 of them had successfully unlocked their source boxes. More than half of them had been chased away by Lu Yin and Ku Wei. Lu Yin wanted to win as well, but he was not confident that he could defeat Ku Wei. Based on the current results, Deng Pu could only be the champion since he had unlocked 7 source boxes in the first round. Lu Yin did not mind as he could accept this result. Deng Pu sighed in relief. Fortunately, this was still alright. Ku Wei was not in a good mood. If not for Lu Yin, he would have definitely won. Saul finally relaxed. Although there had been many twists and turns in the lockbreaker competition, the results were still good. He beamed as he soared into the sky. I am Saul, and as the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's vice president, I hereby announce that out of the 3 rounds of the competition, Deng Pu is the champion of this year's lockbreaker competition. Many people on Source Peak Planet cheered. Deng Pu had stayed on Source Peak Planet for many years, so he could be considered a native. Deng Pu was excited and he proudly glanced at Lu Yin and Ku Wei before looking expectantly at Saul. Fiendly and the rest did not object. In the Wei family's manner, Wei Rong stood up with a cold expression. Prepare to begin. Within the Forest Hotel, Angie ordered, prepare to begin. Source Peak Planet's space station was suddenly taken over, and it lost contact with the Lockbreaker Society. At the same time, all of Source Peak Planet's screens lost their effectiveness, and all signals were blocked. Saul didn't know what was going on. He stood at the center of the altar excitedly and no one knew what he was doing. A stone protruded from the ground, and there was a box within the protruding stone. Saul's eyes were filled with excitement as he slowly opened the box. He raised the box. Here are the 3 pages of true insight. They are the reward for the champion of this year's lockbreaker competition. Now I will bestow them to Deng Pu. Deng Pu stepped forward. Dempsey took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Saul. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Saul was the same as he had long since wanted to obtain true insight. Lu Yin stood below the altar and quietly watched this scene with Xianxia by his side. So it's true insight. You've never seen anything like this before, the fish said in a disdainful voice. Lu Yin was surprised and looked at the fish. You've seen it before? Yuling arrogantly replied, "Of course, two-legged beast. If you're willing to become Lord Yu's mount, Lord Yu can teach you." Shiqi hurriedly apologized to Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, don't listen to it. It's just lying to you." The fish was enraged. "When has Lord Yu ever lied? Don't spout nonsense and prevent Lord Yu from taking in a mount." Shiqi pouted. "You're just lying to me. You even said that you knew the complete true insight, but you can't even memorize it." "Of course I can't." The words in true insight can only be understood. They can't be memorized, written, or passed down. Otherwise, the older generation of lockbreakers would have already imprinted true insight throughout the entire universe. "A two-legged beast like you doesn't know anything," Shiqi whispered. "What words can't be memorized? You're just lying." Lu Yin looked at the fish. "You really know true insight?" "Of course. How about it, two-legged beast? Become Lord Yu's mount, and Lord Yu won't treat you badly." The monkey shouted in Lu Yin's mind, "Seventh bro, don't believe it. It's definitely lying. It's a liar. Let me stew it." Lu Yin was getting a headache from the monkey's shouting, and just as he was about to block it, Phelan's voice rang out. "Lu Yin, it's your turn. Act according to the plan. Two-legged beast, how about it? Become Lord Yu's mount." "Seventh bro, I want to stew it." "Lu Yin, it's your turn." "I'm sorry, brother Lu. This fish lied to you." Suddenly, Lu Yin heard all sorts of voices and he couldn't help but frown. "Lu Yin, hurry up and act according to the plan. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain true insight," Phelan said anxiously as she stared at Lu Yin from afar. On the altar, Deng Pu extended his hand, and Saul smiled as he slowly placed true insight in Deng Pu's hand and nodded in satisfaction. Phelan frowned and continuously transmitted her voice to Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained indifferent. Phelan's gaze turned cold and she retreated several steps before sending a message to her gadget. In the distance, Wei Rong glanced at his gadget. "It really isn't reliable. Begin the operation." Deng Pu, receiving true insight means that you will be able to enter the Neoverse Society's headquarters in the future. The Innerverse and Outerverse will be restored one day, so I hope that you won't disappoint your seniors," Saul said gently as he stared fervently at the box in Deng Pu's hand. Deng Pu hurriedly nodded. Suddenly, the screen in the sky changed and images of different lockbreakers appeared. Similarly, images of Mr. Jun, Deng Pu, and even Saul appeared on it. Saul looked up in shock and the screen was actually showing them getting rid of the lockbreakers who were a threat to Deng Pu. Phelan was delighted. Although Lu Yin had not cooperated with them, the plan had still begun, so there wasn't much of a difference. Everyone looked at the screen. No wonder Sertan didn't come. He's a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. So he's been chased into the astral wilderness. Granny Lon didn't come either. So she's already dead. This was all part of Vice President Saul's scheme. He got people to get rid of the lockbreakers who were a threat to him so that his disciple Deng Pu could win and obtain true insight. No wonder Mentor Phelan was so biased towards Deng Pu during the second trial. So there was an inside story. Saul is too despicable. Saul is despicable. On the altar, Saul was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He waved his hand and distorted the void, causing the sky to crack and dispel all of the screens. "Who dares to slander me?" Saul, as the Lockbreaker Society's vice president, not only did you fail to be impartial and give all lockbreakers a fair competition, but you also secretly used despicable methods to suppress other lockbreakers and even threatened us. Your crimes have already been exposed, so there's no need to quibble. Phelan suddenly shouted, her voice echoing throughout Source Peak Planet. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes. If the contents of the screen could be faked, then Phelan's testimony could not be faked. She was one of the Lockbreaker Society's 3 great examiners, and she was a 3-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. She was one of the top 10 lockbreakers in the entire Outerverse. Saul's eyes widened. "Phelan's actually you," Phelan righteously said. "Saul, with your many years of contributions to the society, it's not too late to admit your crimes." "Phelan, shut up. What are you trying to do by colluding with outsiders to frame the vice president?" Mr. Jun shouted. Fiendly suddenly spoke up. "Let her speak." Saul's eyes narrowed and he stared at Phelan with an overflowing killing intent. Phelan's expression was one of grief. Vice President Saul's actions have already tarnished the society's reputation. Rather than having an outsider prove his crimes, it's better for us to expose him. This is also for the society. What a righteous mentor, Phelan. I've misjudged you. It turns out that you're the greatest threat. Saul laughed and suddenly attacked Phelan. A boundless advanced lockbreaker's attack caused everyone's scalps to go numb. All of Source Peak Planet's energy was drawn in, forming a visible hurricane that condensed into a terrifying attack that enveloped Phelan. The void completely shattered and the heavens and earth collided. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Saul's rune lines skyrocketed, and the range of his attack had already covered the surrounding region. Even more terrifying was that the star energy within their bodies was being stripped away. This level of control over star energy had already surpassed Lu Yin's understanding, and it surpassed that of any powerhouse he had ever encountered, including Elder Lohar. This was the ability of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Although Saul was only a peak hunter, his true strength was unfathomable. Lockbreakers were known as the strongest of their peers, and it was not an exaggeration. Often, a genius lockbreaker could challenge someone who was a realm breaker. For Saul to become the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's vice president, he must have been at the same level as Casanova when he was younger. Phelan's pupils shrank as she felt an indescribable pressure. Her face went pale as she could neither block nor evade this attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Fiendly. Saul, speak clearly before you attack. Fiendly, there's no point in saying anything more. Since Phelan dares to step forward at this time, she must have made her preparations. Haven't you noticed? There are quite a few uninvited guests on Source Peak Planet. Saul barked as he mercilessly attacked. Fiendly raised an eyebrow and raised a hand. The powerful star energy was actually restrained. They had the same level of star energy control, and only he was a match for Saul. Fiendly, are you really going to oppose me? Saul barked. Fiendly raised his head. You've already committed a grave mistake, but based on your many years of contributions, you'll at most be stripped of your position as vice president. However, if you kill Mentor, there will be no turning back. Saul, think carefully. Saul arrogantly replied, Jeffrey isn't here and no one in the Outerverse is my opponent. Wherever I am, the Lockbreaker Society will be. Aside from me, no one else has the qualifications to be president. At worst, I'll just deal with you traitors and reorganize the society. He then vanished. Fiendly's face sank and he disappeared as well. The next moment, the star energy in the area was forcefully plundered by the two. Lockbreakers did not need any battle techniques in a battle. What they relied on was their control of star energy. Any battle technique required the support of star energy, and they were engaging in the most fundamental of battles. Any cultivator would be at a disadvantage when facing a lockbreaker. Lu Yin had experienced this firsthand. No matter how strong a battle technique was, once its star energy was stolen, it would be at the mercy of a lockbreaker. Chapter 695. The battle between lockbreakers had opened a new window for Lu Yin. If he could raise his star energy control to the level of these two, then no hunter would be his opponent. Even Aiden, who had an unparalleled defense, would be at a disadvantage after being deprived of his star energy. As the society's vice president, Saul had nurtured many lockbreakers over the years, and he also had many trusted aides. His actions meant that the society would split apart, and the battle between lockbreakers had begun. Phelan was the first to be attacked by Mr. June, and Yi Feng blocked the attack for her. The surrounding perceptive intermediate lockbreakers also made their moves, and the chaotic battle between lockbreakers on Source Peak Planet began. Saul was not stupid. Although he did not know what Phelan and the Wei family were planning, since he had the ability to deal with the lockbreakers who were threatening Deng Pu, and he also wanted to become the society's president, he had naturally made preparations. He had already controlled a considerable number of lockbreakers and cultivators, so it would not be easy to defeat him. In the distance, Wei Rong watched as Source Peak Planet trembled and he sighed in admiration. As expected of a battle between top-notch lockbreakers, even an enlighter might be at a disadvantage against them. At this moment Angie arrived and looked at Wei Rong. "Let's begin." Wei Rong nodded and then ordered on his gadget, "Begin immediately." In the sky, the cultivators in Endless Borders spacecraft all walked out of the space station and flew towards the Hall of Insight. At the same time, a group of cultivators of unknown origins appeared on Source Peak Planet, and they all rushed towards the Hall of Insight. Below the altar, Lu Yin could see that there were chaotic battles everywhere. However, Saul had fewer people and he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Still, Saul was too strong, and in Lu Yin's eyes, Fiend Li's rune lines were much weaker than Saul's. Fiend Li might be able to hold on for a short period of time, but he would not be able to last for long. Aiden came to Lu Yin's side. "Let's go. It's too dangerous here and this planet could collapse easily." Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he suddenly thought of something. He looked around for Deng Pu as true insight was still in Deng Pu's hands. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb as a bone-chilling sensation enveloped him. He subconsciously used the secret sidestep to move his body, but a thin ray of light streaked past him and tore through the void. It pierced through several cultivators and lockbreakers in the distance before disappearing from the world. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look to his right, where a lockbreaker was staring at him coldly. Lu Yin recognized this person as one of the 16 lockbreakers who had participated in the third round of the competition. This person had been eliminated early on, but he had still dared to attack Lu Yin. Furthermore, his attack was so fierce that it caused Lu Yin to shiver. The rune lines of that thin ray of light were not any weaker than an ordinary enlighter's attack, and it had come from this lockbreaker's left eye. Before Aiden could even react, the lockbreaker's right eye changed. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Not good. A second attack is coming. Just as he thought this, a thin ray of light tore through the void and shot towards him. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the secret art. The thin ray of light changed direction and shot towards the sky, leaving a black spatial tear in the sky. Aiden was shocked and he immediately pulled out his thunder shield to block in front of Lu Yin. "Who ambushed me?" Lu Yin pushed him aside and walked over to the lockbreaker. This person was already dead and his rune lines had completely dissipated. Lu Yin looked at the lockbreaker's pitch-black eye sockets and thought for a moment. He raised a hand and pressed down on the lockbreaker's head. His expression changed and he exerted a bit of force. The head shattered but no blood flowed out. Only a shattered chip remained, and a few seconds later the chip crumbled to the ground. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn and he looked at the scene in confusion. "What happened?" Aiden asked. Lu Yin shook his head as he did not know either. This person had inexplicably tried to kill him, and he had even used an attack that could rival an enlighter's. This was an enlighter's attack, not a hunter's. There were only a few enlighters in the Outerverse, but this person had been able to unleash such a murderous attack. Lu Yin observed the lockbreaker who had tried to assassinate him. In the distance, Ku Wei stared at him with shining eyes. "The secret art, the secret art. I found it. So those old fellows weren't wrong. The bloodline really is hiding in the Outerverse. It's a pity that the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated. This guy won't be easy to deal with." There was a rumble and Source Peak Planet trembled as the ground cracked open. Countless people turned to look in the direction of the Hall of Insight. In the sky, Saul and Fiendly also turned to look. The Hall of Insight is under attack. Someone is trying to take advantage of the chaos to attack it. Saul's expression turned ugly. Fiendly, the Hall of Insight contains the Society's treasures from countless years ago. Nothing must happen to it. Fiendly looked down. Yifeng, go guard the Hall of Insight. Yifeng flew over without hesitation. Phelan looked in the direction of the Hall of Insight, and her expression changed several times. She knew that she had been tricked. The Wei family's goal was not as simple as making her the president. They had their eyes on the society's countless years of accumulated treasures and wanted to seize them to create another society. But so what if she knew? She could not give up on the current situation. Saul had to die, and only by becoming president could she slowly settle the score with the Wei family in the future. Fiendly, why don't we deal with the outsiders first? Nothing must happen to the Hall of Insight. Saul was anxious. Fiendly snorted. With the protection of the Source Box Array and Feng's support, nothing will happen to the Hall of Insight. Saul, the greatest threat right now is you. Admit your crimes and resign from your position as vice president, and you can still stay on Source Peak Planet. Don't be stubborn. Arrogant. You think you can do that? Saul angrily attacked. Below, Xianxia hid in a corner and looked around nervously. What should we do? Find that familiar two-legged beast and have him protect you. The fish flapped its tail and pointed at Lu Yin with its fin. Xianxia was confused. Familiar? Who is it? How could Lord Fish remember your two-legged beast's code name? Find him. The fish shouted. Xianxia grunted and then ran over to Lu Yin. Around them, Straight Metallic Man, Serpent Queen, and Tong Mir were all attacking a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Deng Pu had long since disappeared, and Kai Jinxiang had left the moment he had been eliminated in the third round. In the distance, a group of cultivators appeared in the Hall of Insight, causing a massacre to break out everywhere. The Hall of Insight was protected by a source box array and had a fixed amount of star energy. Any cultivator who entered the Hall of Insight would be at a disadvantage, as they definitely could not compete with lockbreakers in terms of star energy. However, this group of cultivators did not rely on battle techniques, but rather on technological weapons and physical strength. They attacked like madmen as they were all from Aegis. For a mercenary organization like Aegis, there were too many places in the universe where star energy could not be used. They had long since made preparations, and they did not lack madmen who could temper their bodies or technological weapons, calling for more lockbreakers to join the Hall of Insight's defense. The person guarding the Hall of Insight was a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was President Jeffrey's trusted aide. His job was to guard the Hall of Insight and not leave. At this point, his hands were stained with the blood of dozens of people, and even more Aegis mercenaries were rushing over. Of course, these lockbreakers did not know that these people were from Aegis. Aside from Aegis, there were also cultivators from the Wei family, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and the Suna Weave's Ghost Shadow Sword sect. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect was a sword sect that was equally famous as the Moke Sword sect in the Suna Weave. Their sword techniques were strange and unpredictable, and their figures moved like ghosts. They were very difficult to deal with, especially since many of their sword techniques did not require star energy, and they were famous in the surrounding weaves. This time, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect had cooperated with the Wei family and the Umbral Butterfly tribe to obtain the Lockbreaker Society's countless treasures. The perceptive intermediate lockbreaker clenched his fist, and his star energy transformed into a gale that tore through the air, tearing apart dozens of mercenaries in front of him. Fresh blood splattered across the ground. Overhead, a cultivator descended and sent out palm shadows, but he was repelled by the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. His star energy was weakened, and all his battle techniques were useless against a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Who are you people? How dare you attack the Lockbreaker Society? Are you not afraid of death? No one replied to him. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, both the Lockbreaker Society and the Youth Council had lost their support. Roughly 2 years had passed and the fear they once had disappeared. On the contrary, these once enormous organizations had gradually become fat sheep in the eyes of the Outerverse's countless powers. Not too far away from the Hall of Insight, Wei Rong smiled. Once enormous organizations have been wiped away by time. What a magnificent scene. Miss Angie, did you ever think that you would one day be able to witness the collapse of Source Peak Planet? Angie's expression was solemn. This was the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, and they had not dared to offend even a single lockbreaker in the past for fear of retaliation. Now, however, they were crazily attacking the Society's headquarters. 2 years ago this would have been unthinkable, but now they had done it. Who would have thought that the dignified Lockbreaker Society would be on the verge of collapse? Angie asked. Wei Rong smiled. This is just the beginning. Angie was confused. The beginning? Wei Rong's lips curled up. Have you ever thought about it? There are many enormous organizations in the Outerverse that rely on their connections with the Innerverse and even the Neoverse to abuse their power. They have accumulated too many resources and have too many secrets. These organizations have been behemoths that the 72 weaves of the Outerverse have not dared to offend for countless years. But now we've destroyed the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Angie's expression changed. So that's your goal. Wei Rong laughed. Shamrock Enterprises, the Mavis Bank, the Youth Council, and the Aurora Corporation. Which one of these giants hasn't exploited the Outerverse for countless years? Their tentacles extend to every corner of the Outerverse, and even newborn children know about these organizations. What we need to do is to destroy them and obtain their resources to strengthen ourselves. In the future, the Innerverse and Outerverse will definitely recover. At that time, the Outerverse will no longer fear the Innerverse and we will be on equal footing with them. Angie looked at Wei Rong in shock. The greater a person's ambition, the greater their future would be. At this moment, Angie deeply felt Wei Rong's boundless ambition that was like the starry sky. Her heart rippled and the way she looked at Wei Rong gradually changed. Wei Rong smiled and looked at Angie. He reached out and lifted her chin. Tell me, if we can destroy all of these organizations, how strong can we become? Can we unify the Outerverse? Chapter 696. Angie's gaze became blurry as she was attracted to Wei Rong. This man had an indescribable charm, and the two gradually drew closer to each other. Behind Angie, Amu shouted, "Let go!" He was about to attack. Wei Rong's men immediately stopped him. Angie sobered up and her face turned red. She glared at Wei Rong. "You're going too far." Wei Rong laughed. "Miss Angie, has anyone ever pursued you?" Angie pursed her lips and nodded. "Of course. What's the most romantic thing those people have done for you?" Wei Rong asked loudly, and his voice was loud enough for many to hear. Angie's face turned red and she stared at Wei Rong. "What are you trying to say?" Wei Rong pointed at the Hall of Insight. "The most romantic thing I can think of is to help you topple the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society that has been suppressing us for countless years. Aside from me, Wei Rong, who else can do such a thing?" Angie's eyes turned red, and her gaze towards Wei Rong was filled with adoration and admiration. This was the best of times, but it was also the worst of times. Only villains could be ahead of the times, and Wei Rong was such a villain. During the battle on Source Peak Planet, seizing the Lockbreaker Society's resources that had been accumulated over countless years was not his main goal. Instead, he wanted to start the worst of times, the beginning of the Outerverse's backlash against the Innerverse. Within the Hall of Insight, the two-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker had slaughtered many people, and blood had formed a river beneath his feet. Even so, the other areas of the Hall of Insight were still filled with battles, and corpses of Lockbreakers could be seen on the ground from time to time. This day was a day of sorrow for the Lockbreakers. "I don't care who you are. Wherever you came from, you must pay the price for your evil deeds today," the perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker bellowed. His voice was already hoarse, and because of the intense battle his muscles were twitching, and his reactions were gradually slowing down. In front of him, an intense light flickered, and even a perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker with the strength of a hunter could not avoid it. Suddenly, the perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker felt a chill run down his spine. Someone had attacked him, and he had subconsciously stolen star energy to disintegrate his opponent's battle technique. The process had gone smoothly, but the coldness in his abdomen had made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He slowly lowered his head and two swords emerged from his body. Behind him were two black shadows that were linked together. The attack was soundless and it was unknown where it had come from. This attack had evaded a perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker's star energy perception, and even a lock-breaking tool would not be able to detect it. This was a perfect sneak attack. The perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker looked behind him in disbelief as he felt the sword chi invade his body. His meridians had been severed and his heart had been torn apart. His eyes flickered. "I remember now. Your Gemini ghost." With a whoosh, the perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker was sliced apart by the sword chi, and fresh blood splattered across the ground. The Ghost Shadow Sword Sect's Gemini ghosts had been conjoined since birth, and they had cultivated the dual heart ghost sword, which no one in the Ghost Shadow Sword Sect had ever successfully cultivated. They were able to multitask, and regardless of whether or not they had star energy, it did not affect their ability to use the dual heart ghost sword. Just like the perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker, Gemini Ghost was also a hunter, and all of their previous sacrifices had been used to create an opportunity for this attack. If it had been a normal hunter or even a peak hunter, Gemini Ghost would not have needed to expend so much effort, but Lockbreakers were different. A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was more than enough to discover the traces of the dual heart ghost sword. The only perceptive intermediate lockbreaker had died, and Gemini Ghost had gone on a killing spree, staining the Hall of Insight with blood. In the distance near the altar, Xiqi found Lu Yin and the two stared at each other. "Do you need something?" Lu Yin asked. Xiqi looked at Lu Yin. "Who are you?" Lu Yin was speechless. "If you don't know who I am, then why are you looking for me?" Xiqi apologetically replied, "The fish said that you're an acquaintance." "Hey, familiar two-legged beast. Do you want to be Lord Fish's mount? There are benefits for you," the fish spoke. "Bro, is it dangerous? Let's go together?" Ku Wei seemed to have lost his mind as he approached Lu Yin. When he saw Ku Wei, the fish became angry. "You insolent two-legged beast, make your ancestors crawl out of their graves and pay respects to Lord Fish." Ku Wei rolled his eyes. "Go by yourself. I can send you there and I'll add some cumin while I'm at it." "Impudent two-legged beast. You're just a mount. I'll ride you, fish." "You're infuriating, Lord Fish. Familiar two-legged beast, beat him up and Lord Fish will teach you true insight." Lu Yin pursed his lips and gave Aiden a look. He then walked to the side and turned on his gadget, only to discover that the signal had been blocked. He immediately used his honor points to contact Wang Wen, as no one could block the Hall of Honor's signal. In an important place like Source Peak Planet, the Hall of Honor would definitely have a secret signal. Sure enough, the call connected and Wang Wen's voice sounded. "How is it?" Lu Yin explained the situation, including how Fiendly had stalled Saul, the battle between Mr. June and Phelan, and the huge battle that was taking place in the distant Hall of Insight. Hall of Insight? Could that be Wei Rong's goal? Wang Wen was puzzled, as even with his intelligence he could not immediately see through Wei Rong's plans. Lu Yin frowned. "The Lockbreaker Society has collected treasures over countless years, so that's a plausible goal." "Impossible. You mortals can't understand the thoughts of smart people like us. If Wei Rong was so shallow, then he wouldn't be worthy of my attention," Wang Wen said. Lu Yin realized that many of the people around him were speaking rather infuriatingly, but there was nothing he could do about it. "What does a smart person like you think I should do now?" Lu Yin grumbled. Wang Wen pondered for a moment. "Have you heard of the law of timely advantage?" "No. The so-called law of timely advantage refers to taking into account the current situation and your status to do what is most beneficial to you. You only need to do one thing right now, and that is to expose your identity and use your status as the future leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, a member of the Hall of Honor, and a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker to lead the other lockbreakers to defend the Hall of Insight. It's for nothing else but your reputation." "Will it work?" Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, "Whether or not it works, you must do it. Or you can hide your identity and go to the Hall of Insight to seize resources. Your choice." Lu Yin did not hesitate. Resources could be obtained at any time, but reputation was different. His vision could not be limited to the Eastern Weaves, and if he wanted to advance further, the support of the Lockbreakers would be unavoidable. The reason why he did not want to stand out like Phelan was because he did not want to offend the Lockbreaker Society. On the other hand, if the Lockbreaker Society supported him, then the benefits he would receive would be immense. He would not give up his reputation for the sake of resources. "I'll keep you updated, so don't hang up," Lu Yin said. Then, under Ku Wei and Xiqi's gazes, he changed his appearance and leapt up. His loud voice echoed throughout Source Peak Planet. "My name is Lu Yin. All Lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation. My name is Lu Yin. All Lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation. My name is Lu Yin. All Lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation." Lu Yin's voice echoed throughout Source Peak Planet, causing countless people to be shocked. Phelan's face turned ugly as Lu Yin had only made a move now and against one of her own. This Lu Yin was truly hateful. Mr. June's expression changed. Lu Yin had actually come? When had he come? In the distance, Wei Rong's brows rose. "Lu Yin? This was troublesome as this person was still standing on the opposing side. Fortunately, the moment that Lu Yin had appeared on Source Peak Planet, they had already made preparations. Wei Rong was not as brainless as Phelan, and this Lu Yin was not an ordinary person. Angie frowned as she had some understanding of Lu Yin. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, this person had been audacious enough to ban the Day-Night clan, but nothing had happened in the end. He was a lawless yet intelligent person, and the fact that he had made a move at this time proved that he had a certain level of confidence. She subconsciously looked at Wei Rong, and when she saw his confident expression, her heart calmed down. As long as Wei Rong was here, Lu Yin would not be a problem. Behind Angie, Amu had a complicated expression. Seventh Bro had still made a move. So it's Brother Lu. That's great. Shichi was delighted. The fish looked at her with disdain. You only know how to count on others. This mount of yours is too unreliable. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. This person was the royal regent of Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. Ku Wei had been ordered to infiltrate Frostwave Weave in order to verify whether or not the Yushan bloodline was part of the Yu family. He had met this person before, but before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the clan's elders had said that the Yushan bloodline was not part of the Yu family, which had led Ku Wei to abandon Frostwave Weave and travel the universe. However, this person had clearly used the Yu secret art. Was the clan's elders' information wrong, or was there some other reason? The Yushan bloodline was definitely part of the Yu family. It was unknown whether Lu Yin was lucky or not, but as soon as he spoke, Fiend Li's voice rang out in the sky, ordering many lockbreakers to guard the Hall of Insight. Originally, with Lu Yin's reputation, he would only be able to summon a few lockbreakers. He had not expected to be able to summon many and had only wanted to increase his reputation. However, Fiend Li's words had caused many lockbreakers to subconsciously treat Lu Yin as the representative of the society's upper echelons. Immediately, a group of lockbreakers gathered at the Hall of Insight. Even lockbreakers at the level of Straight Metallic Man and Serpent Queen's levels headed to the Hall of Insight after dealing with their opponents. Lu Yin flew towards the Hall of Insight with Ku Wei and Shichi following behind him. Although there was a great distance between the altar and the Hall of Insight, it was only a matter of the blink of an eye for Lu Yin and the others. The battle within the Hall of Insight was extremely bitter, and there were severed limbs everywhere. When Lu Yin led many lockbreakers to the Hall of Insight, they were greeted by a powerful light and the bombardment of countless technological weapons. In the skies above Source Peak Planet, Fiend Li and Saul's battle had reached its final juncture. Fiend Li was gradually unable to hold on any longer, especially when he had been distracted by sending lockbreakers to reinforce the Hall of Insight. Saul had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Fiend Li, and there was blood at the corner of Fiend Li's mouth. His movements had involuntarily slowed down by half a beat. Saul was already stronger than Fiend Li to begin with, and as a result, Fiend Li was finally struck down by Saul. Saul pressed down with one hand, and the entire Source Peak Planet's star energy could be seen gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a storm that swept across the entire planet and swept across the altar. Saul's control over star energy was fully displayed, and the lockbreakers on his side were completely unharmed. On the contrary, the other lockbreakers were swept away by the star energy and were all heavily injured. Phelan was the most heavily injured, and she had almost been crushed by the star energy. Chapter 697. Who else dares to oppose me? I'm the Society's Vice President. Are you all trying to rebel? Saul shouted, his voice echoing throughout Source Peak Planet. In the distance, Wei Rong sighed in amazement. As expected of the Society's Vice President. His strength is comparable to an Enlighters. In fact, he might even surpass ordinary Enlighters. Angel said, Lockbreakers already possess strength that surpasses cultivators of the same generation. These people are all gifted. Wei Rong smiled. So what? Brainless people will always be brainless. Outside the Hall of Insight, Aiden raised his thunder shield in front of him and blocked all the attacks from the technological weapons. Straight Metallic Man and the other lockbreakers took advantage of this opportunity to charge in. P. Fiendly had been defeated so quickly, and Sol's rune lines had increased once again. This meant that Wei Rong's true trump card was about to be revealed. P. Above the planet, an old man tore through the void and descended above Source Peak planet. He took a step forward and tore through the void. His body appeared directly above Source Peak planet's altar, less than a kilometer away from Sol. P. Sol gloomily stared at the old man in front of him. He knew that things would not be so simple, as everyone knew that Fiendly was not his opponent. Sol had also guessed that another expert would appear later, but he had not expected it to be this person. Lord Egret was an enlighter with a power level of over 250,000. Even among enlighters he was considered an elite. P. Vice President Sol, long time no see, Lord Egret said with emotion as he looked at Sol. P. Sol's gaze turned cold. Lord Egret, you dare to make an enemy out of the Lockbreaker Society? P. Lord Egret smiled. If the innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, then I wouldn't dare. But now what's the harm in trying? P. What price did those people pay for you to take action? I can pay double that price, Sol said coldly. P. Lord Egret shook his head. At our level, ordinary prices will not move us. You don't need to waste your efforts. P. Since that's the case, then the outerverse will lose an enlighter, Sol said as he raised a hand and pressed down on Lord Egret. Lord Egret's eyes flashed, as he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had wanted to battle with Sol for a long time to prove that lockbreakers who could challenge above their realms were nothing more than a joke. P. Lord Egret made a move, and the might of an enlighter was not something that a normal cultivator could compare to. If he moved, the entire world would be turned upside down. P. With just one strike, Sol had sensed how terrifying Lord Egret was, and Lord Egret had also sensed the threat from Sol. More importantly, Source Peak planet was cracking all over. P. Although Sol had schemed against many lockbreakers, that was only because he wanted to become the president of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, not because he wanted Source Peak planet to be destroyed. He still had a lot of sentiments towards this planet, and Source Peak planet could not be destroyed. Once it was destroyed, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's prestige would be completely destroyed. P. Thinking about this, Sol flew into the starry sky without saying a word. Lord Egret smiled faintly. Did not matter. He only wanted to fight. P. The battle between Sol and Lord Egret had escalated the situation, and any enlighter who joined the battle would no longer be involved in an ordinary battle. Most people would never see an enlighter in their entire lives. Ponli Luin and a small group of people had already gotten used to this. After all, there were quite a few enlighters in Iron Blood Weave. P. No matter how earth-shattering the battle between Sol and Lord Egret was, it would not affect the current Source Peak star. They were getting further and further away from the planet. P. There was a loud boom and a huge hole appeared in the ground of the Hall of Insight. P. Shichi's face changed. Brother Lu, those people are destroying the Hall of Insight. Plu Yin suddenly charged out and his force field condensed into a towering tree. Countless branches extended out and wrapped around the mercenaries, and many cultivators appeared from all directions to attack them. Lu Yin was most familiar with the umbral butterfly tribe cultivators, as they were absorbing the energy from the surrounding plants. There was also a group of cultivators who were very strange. Their figures were almost ghostly and they were difficult to see with the naked eye. P. I never thought that the Ghost Shadow Sword sect would send people here as well. Ku Wei leaped out of his original position and pointed at a place where no one was around. Although he was clearly pointing at the air, blood seeped out of his fingertip. It was not his own blood, but that of a swordsman cultivator. Pishichi was confused. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect? P. Ku Wei smiled at her. It's a very famous sword sect from the Sancta Weave. It's as famous as the Moke Sword sect. Plu Yin's heart sank when he heard this. Another power had appeared. Just how much power had Wei Rong gathered? P. Suddenly, Lu Yin's pupils shrank as a terrifying number of rune lines appeared in the air. This number was no less than Aiden's, which meant that this was a peak hunter. Plu Yin wanted to call out to Aiden, but Aiden was still at the forefront, and the owner of these rune lines was already closing in on him. Plu Yin did not dare to be careless, and he was about to put on his universal armor. However, after some thought he decided against it. If he ran into danger, then he would run. He could not wear his universal armor for the rest of his life. P. Brother Lu, let's go in, Shichi said. Before Lu Yin could say anything, the fish above her head continuously slapped its tail. Out, quick, go in. Quick, don't worry about him. Why? Xiqi was confused. She looked at Ku Wei again, but he was already gone. This fellow's perception of danger was no less than Lu Yin's. Perhaps he could not see the rune lines, but he had his own methods. Before he left, he even glanced at Lu Yin sympathetically. Lu Yin's face turned solemn and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Xiqi, you go first. Leave quickly. Oh, Xiqi acknowledged, and then she headed towards the interior of the Hall of Insight. However, before she could take more than a few steps, the rune lines suddenly rushed towards her. The fish shouted, "Run! There's danger!" Xiqi's face paled, and she instantly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her entire body went cold and she could not move at all. It was as if an invisible killing intent had wrapped around her, and she had fallen into a death trap that she could not escape from. Pa's sword emerged from the void and appeared right in front of Xiqi's eyes, thrusting towards her forehead. The fish's entire body stood upright and no one knew what it was trying to do. At that moment, Lu Yin grabbed Xiqi and flung her away. His face brushed past the sword and he used secret sidestep to avoid the blade. He then raised a finger and his eyes went slack as he used the dream finger. The void froze as the dream finger traversed through space and descended into nothingness. There a shadow appeared. Lu Yin thought that it was just one shadow, but strangely a second shadow appeared at the same time. The two shadows overlapped and a second sword appeared at the same time, pointing straight at Lu Yin. The fish's true target was Lu Yin. The twin ghosts were Wei Rong's backup plan, and they were worthy of being called the top experts of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. They could do things that even Enlighters could not. The twin ghosts could use their swords in 4 directions, and the dream finger could hit one of them while the other sword could take Lu Yin's life. Ever since he had found out that Lu Yin was coming to Source Peak Planet, Wei Rong had done some research on him. From his point of view, the twin ghosts had a very low chance of killing Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin had external items that could allow him to participate in the battle between Enlighters. However, Wei Rong had not expected Lu Yin to not rely on external items. The twin ghosts' goal had changed and now they wanted to kill this person. However, both the twin ghosts and Wei Rong had underestimated Lu Yin. They knew that Lu Yin had a secret technique that could redirect attacks, and they also knew that Lu Yin had external items that could block attacks. However, they had not known about the dream finger's existence. Lu Yin's lack of external items had made the twin ghosts careless, and the finger had been mistaken for a secret technique. After all, the twin ghosts could not avoid this finger, and they had been prepared to endure it. The price was that the second sword had a 100% chance of killing Lu Yin. However, when Lu Yin activated the secret art, the twin ghost's second sword was redirected just as the dream finger was about to strike him. The dream finger forced the twin ghosts back and half of their bodies went numb. Some parts of their bodies even split apart, dyeing their clothes red. The twin ghost spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into the void. He had been injured and this finger was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It possessed an incomprehensible destructive power and an indescribable pressure. Not too far away, Xiqi was stunned. In the distance, Ku Wei's brows rose. What a terrifying attack. This guy's strength is terrifying, and it will be very difficult to seize the secret art. The dream finger was his trump card and he did not want to reveal it. Otherwise he would be targeted just like the gun he had used before, and it would be very difficult for him to obtain it against another powerhouse. However, he was speechless when he discovered that there were still quite a few people who had seen the dream finger, including Xiqi and Ku Wei. He could not just kill all of them, so he felt a little helpless. Although the twin ghost had been heavily injured by the dream finger, his rune lines had not decreased by much and they were still around. The twin ghosts thought that their bodies were ghostly and that no one could see them, but Lu Yin knew where they were. He just could not hit them. It was just like back in Iron Blood Weave, when those Enlighter realm astral beasts had fled into the void. Even if Lu Yin had a gun that could kill them, it would be useless if he could not hit them. At this moment, a lockbreaker ran out from within the Hall of Insight and shouted in a daze, "The treasury has been robbed. The society's treasures from countless years are gone. They're gone. Be careful," Xiqi shouted. P. The lockbreaker stood in place without moving as a powerful light pierced through his body. Behind him, dozens of mercenaries rushed out. Plu Yin's heart sank as he had come too late. These people had been prepared, and they definitely had a plan to take away the society's treasures. The only way to do so was to seal off the entire Hall of Insight, but that was not realistic. Not only was there a troublesome enemy in front of them, but there was also the enemies in lighter and outer space. No matter what, the enemy would be able to retreat safely. With a crack, a corner of the Hall of Insight collapsed. In the distance, Wei Rong watched as the Hall of Insight trembled and even collapsed. He wrapped his right hand around Angie's waist and asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Angie could feel Wei Rong's manly aura, and she felt a sweetness in her heart. She nodded. "Beautiful." Wei Rong smiled. "There will be even more beautiful sights like this in the future. You won't be lonely for the rest of your life." Angie's eyes lit up and she glanced at Wei Rong before replying softly. Wei Rong's lips curled up. Angie was the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and the Umbral Butterfly tribe was very important in his plans. After all, he wanted to rule over the entire Umbral Butterfly weave. Behind them, Amu had a complicated look in his eyes. Seventh Bro had already entered the Hall of Insight to provide support, but the outcome was still the same. Everything was in the hands of this man in front of him, and everyone's fates were under his control. What terrifying intelligence! The Hall of Insight's collapse accelerated, and even though many lockbreakers fought fiercely to protect the Hall of Insight, it still completely collapsed under the sorrowful gazes of countless people. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, which had been supported by 4 towering trees for countless years, completely collapsed. Chapter 698. Outside the Hall of Insight, countless people on Source Peak Planet watched this scene with sorrowful gazes. The Hall of Insight was Source Peak Planet's holy land, and it was also their faith. Source Peak Planet had become famous throughout the universe because of the Lockbreaker Society, and the Hall of Insight represented the Lockbreaker Society. But now everything was gone. The collapse of the Hall of Insight seemed to represent the end of an era, and the end of an era where the great powers had monopolized the universe. What came next was a reshuffling of the Outerverse power structure, which was exactly what Wei Rong wanted. Only by breaking the current structure could a new structure be established. Everyone watched as the Hall of Insight completely collapsed and crashed into the mountain range below. Wei Rong laughed. "This is the first, but it won't be the last. Let's go." He then leaped into the sky. Everyone else followed Wei Rong into space. The collapse of the Hall of Insight caused many lockbreakers to go crazy, as they were also afraid of being affected. As the masterminds behind the scenes, it would be an injustice if they were killed by the shockwaves. Plu Yin and the others crashed into the mountain range along with the ruins of the Hall of Insight, and Gemini Ghost took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This time he had learned his lesson and used 4 swords instead of 2. Even if this person had a way to block one of the swords and redirect the other, it was impossible for him to block all 4 swords. After all, this person was just an explorer, and the difference in power between them could not be overcome. Plu Yin did not plan on leveling the gap. For some reason, the collapse of the Hall of Insight gave him the urge to unleash his power. He raised his hand and a spear appeared in his hand. His spiritual force swept out in all directions, and many mercenaries and independent cultivators who had not been able to retreat in time were knocked unconscious by the sudden surge of spiritual force. The lockbreakers were slightly better off as their spiritual force surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. The mercenaries were the worst off. Their physical bodies were tough precisely to deal with an environment where star energy was scarce, and they had 0 resistance to spiritual force attacks. The moment the spear appeared, the mercenaries were finished. Gemini Ghost was horrified and he quickly retreated. His spiritual force resistance was very weak, and he might not even be as strong as the mercenaries. This was because he was conjoined and shared a heart, which meant that his spiritual force resistance was split in half. Even a hunter's spiritual force resistance was about the same as a cruiser's. With the spear in hand, Lu Yin's aura was awe-inspiring, and the spear's unbridled spiritual force pressure caused everyone to look at him in awe. With a whoosh, the spear stabbed out, aiming directly at the twin ghosts. The Gemini ghosts were shocked. They had hidden in the void, so how had this person found them? Phi's essence, chi and spirit swept through the void, and the twin ghosts retreated again. Plu Yin discovered that this person was very afraid of spiritual force attacks. He thought about it for a moment before stabbing out with his spear again. This time it wasn't aimed at the Gemini ghosts, but rather at a umbral butterfly tribe cultivator. The spear descended, and that cultivator didn't even have time to react before his body was pierced. A drop of blood and a cosmic ring from his hand disappeared into Lu Yin's hand. The next moment, Lu Yin changed his target, and the cultivators and mercenaries who were attacking the Hall of Insight all died tragically. Their blood and cosmic rings were all collected by Lu Yin. He didn't know who had taken the Research Society's treasures or if they had transported them out. He didn't need to know. He could just kill them all. Since the Gemini ghosts didn't dare to approach Lu Yin, the others were even less of a match for him. Wei Rong quickly learned that he had returned to an endless shipping spaceship in the starry sky. He looked at the hologram in front of him with an ugly expression. Pianji frowned and stared at Lu Yin, who was slaughtering his way through the screen. She hadn't seen him for a while, but he had become even more terrifying. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, this person had been lawless despite having just broken through to the Lamiter realm. No, he had dared to provoke an area master when he was just a melder. Later on, he had banned the Day-Night clan and offended many of the Innerverse's great powers, including those from the 8 Great Flow Zones. After leaving the Astral Combat Academy, he had become famous throughout the universe. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection in the Starfall Sea, this person had defeated Mu Rong and Ling Kai, becoming the undisputed strongest Lamiter. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, this person had almost single-handedly taken the largest pyrolite mine. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, his strength had soared, and he had even killed Enlighters with his power level as a Lamiter, shocking the universe. The Central Weave was affected by the separation of the Innerverse and Outerverse, so it was difficult to receive news from the Eastern Weaves. However, Angie had never given up on news of Lu Yin. After all, this person gave her the feeling that he was a genius of the universe. Now this person had become even more terrifying. He hadn't relied on any external items to block the Gemini ghosts' attacks, and he had even managed to injure them. He was only an explorer, so how had he done this? Wei Rong's intelligence was close to that of a demon, then Lu Yin's cultivation was close to that of a demon. We've achieved our goal. Everyone retreat. Don't get entangled with Lu Yin, Wei Rong ordered. He could tell that Lu Yin was a troublesome person and he had an endless stream of trump cards. Wei Rong dared to guarantee that this person definitely had even more trump cards that he had yet to reveal. He hadn't even worn the kind of external defensive universal armor that would allow him to participate in an Enlighters battle. PNG sighed. Even Wei Rong didn't want to provoke Lu Yin anymore. He really was an extreme person. Pa Mu looked at Lu Yin on the screen and relaxed slightly. Seventh Bro was indeed Seventh Bro, and he was still as powerful as ever. Wei Rong could make it difficult for Saul to move, but he couldn't deal with Seventh Bro. Following Wei Rong's orders, the Gemini ghosts were the first to retreat, while the rest scattered and retreated. There were too many cultivators attacking the Hall of Insight, and there were at least several thousand of them. Even if Lu Yin used his pike to sweep through them and had the help of the other lockbreakers, it was impossible for him to kill all of them. He could only kill a portion of them. When he saw the rune lines that represented the Gemini ghosts leave, he did not chase after them as it was useless. The heavens constantly trembled and star energy gathered abnormally. That was the battlefield between Saul and Lord Egret. Fiendly had been heavily injured by Saul and had only recovered after the Hall of Insight collapsed, but it was already too late. He looked at the distant Hall of Insight that had already disappeared with a sorrowful expression. It had been many years since the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had been established, and it had never suffered such a great humiliation. The Hall of Insight had been destroyed, and the treasury was now completely empty. This was definitely a huge blow to the remaining lockbreakers. I've let Jeffrey down and I've let down the lockbreakers. Fiendly looked up and sighed. Below the altar, Mr. June had fled. Phelan clenched her fists in anger. The Wei family, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, the ghostly sword sect, Aegis and endless borders had all betrayed her. What she wanted was to become president, not to disintegrate the Lockbreaker Society. She clearly knew that these people had done it, but she could not expose them. No one could understand the grief and indignation that she felt. No, there could not be any more losses. True insight. As long as they had true insight, the Lockbreaker Society's heart would not falter. As for the Hall of Insight, she could rebuild it after she became the Society's president. The 4 trees had not been damaged and the source box array still existed. That was the most important thing. Phelan began to search for Deng Pu, but he had disappeared a long time ago. When Saul and Fiendly had first started fighting, Lu Yin had searched for Deng Pu, but he had not been able to find him. Fiendly leaped up and charged into outer space. The culprits who had destroyed the Hall of Insight were still in outer space, and he was unwilling to give up. The Hall of Insight had been destroyed and there was nothing he could do about it. However, the treasures had to be recovered. In outer space, aboard an Endless Borders spacecraft, news of Fiendly's pursuit arrived. Wei Rong smiled. It's just as I expected. That old fogey is courting death. Fiendly raised a hand and slapped the spacecraft. Suddenly the void rippled and twin ghosts appeared. With their sword techniques that could rival Enlighters, they left dozens of sword wounds on Fiendly's body. In the end they allowed Fiendly to fall back to Source Peak Planet. These old fogies always think that it's still their era, but they don't know that it's already changed. Wei Rong smiled. Pianji replied, it changed the moment the innerverse and outerverse were separated. Wrong. Wei Rong looked at Angie seriously. It changed the moment the 10 arbiters were born. From that moment on, the universe became younger. Pianji did not understand. Wei Rong turned back to look at the screen, and the image changed to reveal Lu Yin's figure once again. The 10 arbiters are products of the great changes of the era, and so is this person and so am I. It's just that I don't know who will be at the forefront of this era. I'm working hard to open up a new era and lead the way, but it all depends on whether or not these people are willing to take the lead. Angie listened to Wei Rong's muttering, but she could not understand a single word. Behind her, Amu fell into deep thought. Inform Lord Egret that there's no need to play with Saul anymore. Leave him to the Lockbreaker Society to deal with. Give them some trouble so that they won't be able to trace it back to us, Wei Rong ordered. Back on Source Peak Planet in the ruins of the Hall of Insight, Lu Yin stopped, exhausted. There were lockbreakers all around him, and Aiden came over to Lu Yin's side and whispered, "The enemies have all been dealt with." Lu Yin nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. "Did you take their cosmic rings?" Aiden was stunned. Cosmic rings? Of course. These people stole the Society's treasures from countless years ago, so there must be countless treasures in their cosmic rings. "Of course we took them," Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. "Take them and then what? Return them to the Society?" Aiden asked in a gruff voice. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "P7th bro, this guy's been locked up for so long that he's become stupid. His brain isn't as bright as before," the monkey snickered. Lu Yin did not say anything else to Aiden as it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. However, there were still so many cosmic rings and so many pairs of eyes were watching. It was a pity that he could not brazenly take them. The heavens trembled and Lu Yin looked up. He saw that the boundless rune lines that represented the Enlighters were moving away, leaving only Saul's rune lines in space. This battle was about to end. Lu Yin had never imagined that the Lockbreaker Society, a colossus of the universe, would actually be schemed against by a few weaves and corporations in the outerverse and end up in such a state. Wei Rong's methods were simple, but they were sharp. Many people had become his chess pieces, including Fiendly, Phelan and the others. But what was his ultimate goal? With Wei Rong's temperament, he shouldn't have offended the Lockbreaker Society so much for the sake of those treasures. That's not his style. Wang Wen was also puzzled. He possessed a monstrous intelligence, but even he could not immediately see through Wei Rong's goal. The two of them were the same type of person and they both had methods that allowed them to conceal everything deeply. No matter what Wei Rong's goal was, Source Peak Planet was now in a complete mess. Saul returned to Source Peak Planet and saw the ruins of the Hall of Insight, as well as countless furious gazes. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers reward, 3rd update. Thanks for your support. Chapter 699. Fiendly was not dead, but his injuries were not light. His clothes were stained with blood as he was supported by several lockbreakers. He looked up at the dazed Saul and asked, "Is this what you wanted?" Saul's expression changed and he looked back at Fiendly. "This has nothing to do with me." Phelan angrily rebuked. "Saul, if you hadn't played tricks behind the scenes and prevented those perceptive intermediate lockbreakers from arriving, these thieves would not have succeeded. It was also because you entangled Senior Lee that the Hall of Insight was defeated. Not only are you a sinner of Source Peak Planet, but you are also a sinner of the entire Lockbreaker Society." "That's right, sinner." One of the Lockbreakers cursed, not caring about Saul's status. "Sinner. Sinner." Many people chimed in. Sometimes, mistakes needed to be made and sometimes, people needed to vent their emotions. Due to Phelan's guidance, Saul had become the scapegoat. Even though he was sure that Phelan was behind all of this, he could not defend himself. Lu Yin looked at Saul's blank expression. Although this old man had some tricks up his sleeve, his lock-breaking and cultivation had always been too smooth. He did not have the ability to deal with the current situation, and he had been played around by a woman like Phelan. This so-called vice president was done for. Saul's body trembled in the air as he stared at Phelan. "I knew it was you, but I never thought that you would be the one who had hidden yourself the most." Phelan shouted. "Saul, don't quibble. Everyone has seen everything you've done. As a former vice president, you should take responsibility instead of shirking your responsibilities." Saul's eyes narrowed and his killing intent surged. He scanned the crowd below him and many of the lockbreakers looked at him with grief and indignation. Saul wanted to attack, but he was like a deflated balloon. He closed his eyes and spread out his domain as he searched for Deng Pu. He could no longer continue as vice president, but as long as he could obtain true insight and comprehend those 3 pages, he would be able to rely on his powerful abilities to enter the Innerverse or even the Neoverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters and start over. But strangely, Deng Pu had disappeared. In reality, many people were searching for Deng Pu as he possessed 3 pages of true insight, which were priceless treasures. However, Deng Pu had vanished the moment Saul had attacked Phelan, and no one had seen his shadow during this battle. More and more accusations reached Saul's ears, and he wished that he could kill Phelan. But if he did so, he would completely sever his ties with the society, and any possibility of him ever rejoining it. Saul had no choice but to leave. He left with a sense of loss, grief, and murderous intent. Fiendly had a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed as he looked back at the Hall of Insight. In less than a day, the Outerverse Society's headquarters, which had once intimidated the Outerverse, had been completely destroyed. Even the Hall of Insight, which had symbolized the Outerverse status, had been reduced to rubble. Phelan's eyes flashed with joy when she saw Saul leave. Now that Saul had left, the only ones who could compete with her for the position of president were Mr. Jun and Yi Feng. Fiend Li, as the honorary vice president, was not qualified to compete. Where? Senior, where did Yi Feng go? Phelan asked Fiend Li. Fiend Li's expression changed as well. That's right, where did Yi Feng go? When he had fought with Saul, he had asked Yi Feng to reinforce the Hall of Insight. With Yi Feng's strength, he could not have disappeared without a trace, but where was he? At this moment someone exclaimed, "It's Master Yi Feng. He contacted me." Many people looked over, including Fiend Li and Phelan. Master Yi Feng said that Source Peak Planet is broken and is no longer suitable for lockbreakers to live. He found a suitable planet for lockbreakers in Armament Weave, and the light on that planet originated from a source box. He's calling for all lockbreakers to go and investigate it, the lockbreaker who had received Yi Feng's message said. He was a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Beep beep beep. Soon the other lockbreakers received the same message one after another. They were all calling for lockbreakers to head to Armament Weave to investigate a source box. Fiend Li and Phelan exchanged glances, and they both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Master Yi Feng sent another message. He said that as long as lockbreakers settle down on that planet, they will receive the full support of Armament Weave. At the same time, he will selflessly offer up his many years of lock-breaking experience for lockbreakers to learn from and to abandon their conservative beliefs, a lockbreaker said excitedly. The surrounding people quickly gathered around to discuss the matter. They did not care about any support as they had been treated well ever since they had become lockbreakers and they did not lack money. However, Master Yifeng's many years of lock-breaking experience was priceless, and it was an irresistible temptation for these lockbreakers. More and more lockbreakers received the message and they all became excited. There were very few lockbreakers born on Source Peak Planet, and most of them were not from Source Peak Planet or even Source Peak Weave. They came from the Innerverse and Outerverse and it did not matter where they settled down. Only a small portion of lockbreakers firmly believed that Source Peak Planet was the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, and abandoning Source Peak Planet was the same as abandoning the Lockbreaker Society. For a moment, both sides began to debate and the debate grew more and more intense. Fiendly immediately contacted Yifeng, wanting to ask him what he was doing, but Yifeng did not pick up. Phelan also tried to contact Yifeng but no one picked up. They all had a bad premonition. In outer space within a spacecraft, Wei Rong stood within the transparent metal and looked out. The dark sky was very beautiful, just like everyone's future. There were many bright lights but very few people were able to grasp them. Wei Rong saw the brightest star that represented himself and he was trying his best to grasp it. "I've finished what you asked me to do." An indifferent voice sounded out from behind him. Wei Rong's lips curled up and he slowly turned around with a smile. "The Wei family welcomes you back, Master Yifeng." The person who appeared behind Wei Rong was Yifeng, who had been tasked by Fiendly to guard the Hall of Insight but had mysteriously disappeared. When he saw Wei Rong's smile, Yifeng's expression turned cold. "Your smile is just as annoying as his." Wei Rong's eyes flashed. "Are you talking about my granduncle or your adoptive father?" Yifeng's voice was cold. "He's already dead but you've received his true teachings. You even dared to go against the Lockbreaker Society. Back then he only asked me to join the society to help the Wei family recruit more lockbreakers. You're even more ruthless than him." Wei Rong laughed. "Times have changed, Master Yifeng." "No, Uncle Wei Yi." Yifeng frowned. "Call me Yifeng. I stopped using that name a long time ago. But it's still part of the Wei family's genealogy." Yifeng's body trembled and his gaze softened. "Do you know what you're doing? You're playing with fire and you can easily burn yourself to death, including the entire Wei family." Wei Rong shrugged. "Since we're playing then we should have fun. However, I never thought that you would actually be willing to cooperate with me. It looks like Granduncle really does have a great influence on you." Yifeng's gaze was filled with nostalgia. "Don't mention him to me again. Alright, let's get down to business. How many lockbreakers do you think will be willing to come to Armament Weave?" Wei Rong asked. Yifeng calmly replied, "Many. My lock-breaking experience is a priceless treasure, and being able to learn it for free is something that all lock-breakers dream of." "It's good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been worth it for me to spend so much effort scheming against Source Peak Planet and only take away a few treasures." Yifeng looked at him. "What price did you pay to ally with Umbral Butterfly Weave, Suna Weave, Endless Borders and Aegis? You even invited Lord Egret." Wei Rong smiled. "They're all humans and humans have their own desires and weaknesses. It wasn't difficult." Yifeng calmly replied, "Originally, it wouldn't have been so easy for Source Peak Planet to find out that you're the mastermind, but having me send out a notice is equivalent to telling everyone that you're the one who's acting against Source Peak Planet. Aren't you afraid?" Wei Rong smiled and walked over to the transparent metal. "There will always be people who walk at the forefront of an era. The further they go, the greater the waves. However, they will also gain more. Although it's possible that they'll be swept away by the waves and turned to dust, there's also a possibility." He then looked at Yifeng. "Conquer the road." Yifeng's eyes narrowed and he looked out into space. "You're more daring than him but you don't understand lockbreakers. Perhaps you'll be crushed and the Wei family will be dragged down with you." "Perhaps, but you still followed me, huh?" Wei Rong was not worried at all. There was a bang and Angie suddenly charged in. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Yifeng standing behind Wei Rong, and her expression changed. She then looked back at Wei Rong. Really was you. Why did you do this? You said that you'd go into hiding after dividing up the treasures in the Hall of Insight, but now you've asked Master Yifeng to send out such a notice. Isn't it obvious that we're behind this? Wei Rong smiled. It wasn't us, it was me. Don't worry, no one will be able to trace it back to you. Angie frowned. Do you think that they won't be able to trace it back to us? Do you think that your Wei family can stop thousands of lockbreakers? Wei Rong smiled. Before I answer your question, let me introduce you. He then pointed at Master Yifeng. This is Master Yifeng. His original name is Wei Yi and he's an elder of our Wei family. Angie was stunned. Master Yifeng is from your Wei family? Wei Rong nodded. That's why. Source Peak Planet is no longer suitable for living after the Great Battle. Is it wrong for our Wei family to invite our elders back to Armament Weave? As for our elders' selfless contribution of their lock-breaking experience, is that wrong? Angie coldly retorted, don't play word games with me. No one is an idiot and you've grasped the opportunity too well. It's easy for others to link you to those people who entered the Hall of Insight. Once they do, they'll be able to find clues that will lead them to all of us. Wei Rong did not mind. So what? Angie, have you forgotten what I told you before? Angie's eyes flickered, and when she saw Wei Rong's confident expression, she was unconsciously attracted to him. Times have changed. The Lockbreaker Society is only the first, but it won't be the last. Since we dared to do this, then we must let others know that this is the attitude of a leader, Wei Rong said loudly. But doing this will make us the enemy of thousands of lockbreakers, Angie said. Wei Rong laughed. Thousands? You overestimate Source Peak Planet. How many of those lockbreakers are from the Innerverse and how many of them care about Source Peak Planet? Besides, there's already a group of lockbreakers who want to come to Armament Weave to follow Master Yifeng. This colossus has already fallen, so you don't have to be afraid. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.